All right, it's the last game here in this NBP Sports Complex Karachi before we finish this beautiful tournament of over 40s inaugural Global Cricket Cup. And it's a toss time as I've got the two captains in Mohammad Farooq from USA and Justin Poole from Australia, and obviously the match referee Alias Khan. It's Mohammad Farooq who's got the coin. Give it a flip, please. Heads is the call, and it has come down as...
It's tails.
So it's tails, which means that Mohammad Farooq has won the toss. Farooq, what are you going to decide?
We're going to bat first.
And what do you make of this surface?
We'll try to make it 200 plus runs on the board and give something for our bowlers. And we try our best to win this game to make a good note back home and with a winning streak.
All right, and yesterday's semi-final was a little dodgy in many ways. How are you looking forward to it for today's match in particular?
We need to learn from our mistake, and we try to get better today.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Paulie, you have another go before you finish the tour.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're here ready to win today. We want to finish third, so we're all up and ready to go for it.
And I wonder the memories that you're going to carry through amongst you people are as high as the temperature of Karachi.
Oh, personally, the memories are fantastic, but obviously it's also, the good word we can spread about what's happened here in Karachi and Pakistan, how well the hosts have been, the facilities we've got to play on. It's been fantastic.
Well, we know that every game is important, but I want you to talk us through the importance of this match in particular before you finish the tour.
Oh, third or fourth. That's the importance. We want to finish third. So that's where the importance sits, and we want to finish well.
Any changes in your side?
We've got a couple. We've got Michael Durbridge come back in, and we've swapped our keepers around.
All right, thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, that's the news from the centre that Mohammad Farooq has won the toss and he has decided to bowl first. Attentions please, can we have the national anthem of Australia first?
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair. Beneath the radiant Southern Cross, we'll toil with hearts and
It's time to play the national anthem of USA now. Hello and a good morning to everyone across the globe, wherever you are. It's the last match before we finish this tour, this tournament of inaugural over 40s Cricket Global Cup. For the third and fourth position, Australia are taking on USA. And the news from the centre is that the captain Mohammad Farooq from USA has won the toss and has decided to bat first on a very good batting strip. So both of the opening batters from USA are in the center. And it's Dixon who is going to take the attack from the pavilion end with the slip in place. Left hand, right hand combination at the top of the order for USA, as we can expect. It's live from National Bank Sports Complex. Play says the umpire. Worked away nicely, and USA are off and running. Off the mark with the single is the left-hander, and I've got Mohammad Farooq, the captain of USA, alongside me. Good morning, Farooq.
Good morning, sir.
It's been a good toss to win, and I think the conditions are looking favorable for the batting.
Oh, for sure. This is a very, very good track to bat on, and luckily I won the toss and elected to bat first. And we try to put some good total on this track, and we're trying to avoid what we made a mistake yesterday, and we trying to correct our mistakes and put some good total in this very important game for us.
How important it is. Oh, it was in the air for a while, but easily away to the boundary. He's off to after a rollicking start. Is Mustafa, his first boundary, and so is of the USA. It's a good start, and as I mentioned before, that it's good toss to win. So how important it is that both of these opening batters provide you with the start that you're looking for?
Well, definitely it's a great start for us, and we try to put something 240, 250 on the board if we batted well, and which is really great total to defend against Australia.
It's Dixon who is bowling from the Aussies, and he's been one of those bowlers who has been able to move the ball both ways. Initially, we have seen throughout this tournament, especially in this ground. And I wonder if the ball is going to deviate off the surface up front. And if it does, it's going to be very helpful for the Aussies' perspective. Look at that, fending for it. Nearly goes past the outside edge. Having said that, this pitch is looking very good for batting. It's conducive batting track. But on the other hand, we can expect the new cherry to deviate a little bit as well in the first half an hour or so, because there was a little bit of moisture in the ground as we walked through to the field before the start of the play. So we can expect this new cherry to do a little bit as well. So we'll have to be careful, as we see the Aussies have been encouraged to bring in the second slip. So it'll be interesting to see how the pitch behaves. And that's the end of the over, the first one. 5 with all loss of wicket USA.
Rana, I would like to give some few feedback. regarding Master Cricket USA, and this is the best platform for me to thanks all the Master USA Cricket, their executive committee, and 40 over 40 executive committee, and the lots of volunteers working behind. Not going to happen without their support, without their hard work, and all working as a volunteer. So it's a big platform for us to express our work, express our thoughts, and I'm really very grateful for all my Master Cricket USA. They are working so hard for us, and also I want to thank PVCA. They organized a very good tournament. We enjoyed since day one, hospitality wise, security wise, and I think this is the best platform to mention about Pakistan. It's everybody happy with the security, with the hospitality, and I definitely this is the best platform to encourage other countries to come in Pakistan or any other countries wherever you guys having tournaments. So it's a good thing for cricket and also to making friends in each other countries.
McDonald is the bowler who is brought into the attack, and he bowls a short one, which has been dispatched by the left-hander off the back foot. He seems to be very strong, and he's not wasting that opportunity. It was a long hop, and he's put that away beautifully, did the left-hander. It's been a good start. 1 boundary is apiece for both of the openers.
Yeah, it's a great start. To be honest, both are looking positive. That what is our plan. Play on merit, but make sure we play positive cricket over here, and to make sure get the good total on the board and win this game. Third place is some kind of achievement for us, and winning the note the last game, winning as a team, which is really encouraging for us. And we try everything today. We give everything for our nation to win this game, and which is very important for us.
Yeah, Farah, I would like to ask you a question here, because coming all the way from USA to Pakistan, and it's been a rather tough journey in many ways when it comes to getting climatized to the conditions, getting accustomed to the conditions. But my question is that how happy you are with the conditions in terms of the pitches and the infrastructure, the environment over here, and everything going around?
Well, that's why we came little early from the start of the tournament. We came 1 week early to adjust with the climatize and also adjust with the pitches. We had a couple of training sessions. We have one friendly game at Karachi Gymkhana, which has helped us a lot. And we adjust pretty well. We adjust pretty quick, and that's helped us to perform as a team. So that's our plan and works really well for us.
It was tossed up, did not catch it in the middle of the bat. Will take a single, will get off strike. It's very important at the top of the order if you're not getting boundaries regularly. But at the moment, 1 apiece boundary for both of these batters. That's the end of the over number 2. They're 11 without loss of wicket. For those who have just joined us now, earlier on, USA have won the toss, and the captain, Mohammad Farooq, has decided to bat first, and it's a very good looking batting track. As we've witnessed, there hasn't been any extravagant movement from the seamer, and neither the spinner has been able to put the influence and the impact which was expected on some of the other surfaces that we've used in this ground. That was up there, no hesitation to play it with the straight bat. It's going to be very important still, I reckon, that both of these batters should be able to play with the straight bat in the V in the first 15 to 20 minutes and then see how the things go.
Definitely, that's our plan because we made a couple of mistakes yesterday. We discussed already a few players trying to play across the line, and we encourage them to play straight bat as much as they can and bat 45 or that, make it simple and play with a positive mindset. I would like to add one more thing, which is great platform to thanks all our sponsors, especially eClinical Works, STNR, H Hemp, K9, and Silverback, and others who are supporting with us since day one. And I'm really thankful all the sponsors. Without their support, it's not going to happen for us. But we want, as a team, as a master, we want to thank them for their support.
A little bit of bounce on that occasion. At times we see the ball carrying through nicely, especially when it's new in the first half an hour or so. And the other thing is that the Aussie bowlers are relatively...
But for us as a new team, first time in a history over 40 international US team, third place is our very important to make some high standard and send our statement to the world cricket. We are capable to beat any team. You remember against Pakistan, that was our first game, and we send all the statement, yes, we can do it, and we will preparation for the higher level in the next couple of years. So I'm very excited. We have a very good structure back home. We have 45 overs league, which is national tournament, regional tournament, and the zonal. We have very strong selection panels as well. We have very strong, fair, opportunities for all the players who can perform. And best thing for this tournament for us, which is suits our game, because we have 45 over cricket back home with the pink ball. So this is very important, and which is very help us to maintain our concentration and standard of the game.
Yeah, and the other thing is that one would have thought with the start of this tournament that USA could be the underdogs, but we've been really impressed that you've forced many in this tournament to put the thinking cap on against you, which has been one feature of your team to move forward to this tournament. And now you played the semi, which is always a positive note. In the 8 teams tournament, if you make it through to the semis, it's some sort of achievement. If you didn't get your goal, what you were looking for, obviously it was to win the World Cup, the Global Cup rather. But still, I would say it's a lot to cheer.
Oh, absolutely. As a captain, as a leader of the team, I'm taking all my positives because there's a lot of good performances. There's a lot of cherished moments during the tournament, a lot of effort. And the best thing, as a leader, what is my preference? Win and lose is matter, but how you came together. I want my team to go back home as a team, as a unit, as a family, and making lifetime friends. That's the environment I need to create. Once you trust each other, you can do anything. That's my motive from day one. And everybody, I'm really thankful to all my team, my support staff, local support staff. They are always behind me, and they are supporting me throughout, which is really help my, help me throughout the tournament, and they understand my logic, my theory, and we are very happy with taking all the positive. Definitely, there's few things to work on, and I have all these points noted already. Once we go back home, we work on those points, and we'll get improve every day.
Well, at the moment, you say 4 overs, 17 for none, winning the toss, opting to bat first. Well, by the look of it, it just seems as if that there is nothing in your mind other than the positives. And having said all that, I get the feeling that could be the reason that you're enjoying form of your life in this tournament. Your batting has been just incredible. Though you've chipped in with quite a few performances with the ball as well, as we see that loosener, very vivid delivery down the leg side, and that'll be 5 wides down the leg side.
I would like to add few more things. This is a great opportunity for me, and I want to add a couple of more people who can support us throughout. K3, our good sponsor since so long. UMM Night Riders, the honor of UMC Night Riders.
Though you've chipped in with quite a few performances with the ball as well, as we see that loosener, very vivid delivery down the leg side, and that'll be 5 wide.
These two blocks, these two people, a wonderful human being. They support me for charity program on the beginning of the tournament, and we distribute almost 45 kit bags with all necessary stuff into the kit bags for 45 kids at Rashid Latif Cricket Academy, and also 10 kit bags going to Peshawar, where Janisar Khan belongs to, that academy, and they are going to give them those 10 kit bags, and which is really boost for us. We are not only here to play cricket. We want to make something contribution towards the grassroots level, towards the development side, and making friends. And that's why we plan since so long. And there's a lot of hard work behind. And I want to thank especially Majid Rizvi and Mustafa Imani for their support, which is really best cause for development cricket of in Pakistan with academies.
Outside the off stump, didn't get the timing behind that stroke. Dixon has been just in between in this short stint of bowling that he has so far. Good to see that still he has a slip in place, looking to attack up front, which we can expect with the Aussies. Well, actually, we haven't seen the Aussies of their own in this tournament in particular. We haven't seen the best of the Aussies, and earlier, before the start of the play, I was talking to a couple of players of the Aussies, and they were saying that probably when they will come in next to Pakistan for the T20, actually the announcement for the T20 tournament next year in August has been made by the chairman of PVCA, Fawad Ijaz Khan, which is also a very good news for the over 40 players. And talking to the Aussie players, they were feeling that there will be quite a few changes when they'll be coming next to Pakistan, as they didn't perform to their standard. But in my opinion, still making it to the semis, they should be proud of themselves because they're still over 40s.
Oh, well, for sure. Regarding you are talking about T20, it's a different format game. It's a different ball game. So definitely every team is preparation in the future according to the format, which is important. If you're talking about the availabilities in this tournament, we left quite a big players back home because of work, because of availability. And I think it's the same thing with the Australian people as well, because work and families and other commitments is matter for their life as well. So it's just a beginning for over 40s tournament in the world format. And I hope it's growing year by year, day by day, and we'll get the best competition around the countries.
Yeah, it's been world watched at the moment. What we can see in this over 40s Global Cup, the things are looking just positive, nothing else, and it's always a very good sign for especially the players who don't have enough time to play cricket after the retirement. And in this age in particular, when you don't have a lot of work to do in the ground, then you have this opportunity, and these tournaments are organized at this level, at the international level, which is just amazing. It just, urges in the player's mind to just, boost themselves for the challenge. And it's kind of a tester in a way as well, that still at this age, at over 40 or over 50, even over 60, if you are able to perform and take the challenges at this point in time, it's just a positive, I would say, that we can take out of these tournaments, nothing else. What do you make of it?
Well, definitely this is big help for your health, because once you play throughout your career, throughout your life, and then once you sit down at home and do nothing, it's cause you a lot of disease and stuff. So this is the best platform to continue your fitness, which is very important for your life. And once you're fit, your lifestyle gets better, your family environment gets better, and you are enjoying every bit what you love throughout your life. So you still playing cricket with your health, and you working on your fitness. Since a couple of years, our 50s did really well in South Africa. They reached into the semifinals, and the Parak Ananta, Dr. Parak Ananta, who is founder of Master Cricket USA, and he emphasized us to make sure fitness is the key. Fitness make you better in this age, especially 40, 50. If you work day in, day out on your fitness, you perform better. And we as a 40s, we just taking the same path. And we work since announced the tournament as a group, as 30 people in the over 40 performers. And then we picked our side. But all the 36 people in our core committee, core players list, everybody working so hard on their fitness. And once you have a good combination in fitness and in national tournaments, you're getting much better players and the fit players for your nation. So that's always is a key for us from Parak Ananta. Fitness is key to compete, especially in 40, 50, and 60. So it's really helped us during this tournament.
Well, it'll be too early to say this question, but still, I would love to know that what's going to be your strategy from now on as we see the announcement of the T20, which is going to be organized next year in August. Would love to know about your strategy for that tournament.
Oh, definitely. It's I am so looking forward for that tournament. But definitely, as per T20 format, you definitely to see what strength you need to bring in, and it's our Master Cricket USA. They EC, especially the first EC, they need to decide first. Are we are coming to participate, and if they are agree, they allow us. Then we'll start working. What is the best combination for T20 tournament? And we'll watch the players in national tournament or somewhere to get the best team out of it, and we'll bring it over here in the next year.
Well, as we all know that it's going great guns in the over 40s, but would love to know how are the things when it comes to the international circuit for the USA cricket, how cricket is growing there, and what is the excitement and the interest of the people in the USA when it comes to cricket.
I think one of the fastest growing nation in cricket world. You can see the difference in a couple of year time. There's a minor league going on. There's lots of academies working together. A lot of coaches working around. Major league happening this year earlier, and a lot of international players, first class players around the globe. They are coming over to play, and I would say a couple of year time, you can see USA is a hub of cricket. I'm damn sure on that.
And we've got the information that the T20 World Cup next year, there'll be quite a few matches hosted in Florida, in USA. So that is another plus point to USA cricket.
And there's one more game in Dallas where I belongs to, and I think World Cup game in Dallas and Florida, Fort Lauderdale, and this is big boost for cricket in USA, and definitely USA Cricket Board and Master Cricket USA, they are focusing on that to make it happen in the best way, and we encourage people to come out in USA and watch the games, and Cricket USA definitely working hard to get get into the World Cup, and they are trying their best as of now. Unfortunately, we didn't get through for the World Cup, but they are working hard, coaches, staff, management, and one day we are in the World Cup for sure.
Yeah, this is what you will be looking for, and I had the information of a U.S. Cricket Council, which is formed in, correct me if I'm wrong, in 1996.
Yes, Cricket USA working since so long, and they are planning. They are bringing, best players for US team, and they are still working. It's a long way to go for them, but one step at a time, and they are working so hard to get the best team out, and hopefully we'll reach to the test standard. That's my thoughts. International level and test level cricket in USA, and USA will pay their part in world cricket.
At the moment, the situation is 7 overs bowled, and USA are 30 with a loss of wicket. We'd love to know, well, it's a different sort of question, but still would love to know what is the strategy of your openers? What is the plan they've been given to go about the job?
Oh, well, it is confidential. I'm not gonna share with you, and they are still working according to the plan, and they are playing really good cricket. Just one simple mindset: bat 45 overs with that positive mindset, nothing the less.
That's right. At the moment, they're doing a very good job. And the Aussie captain Justin Poole has stuck to his opening bowlers in McDonald and Dixon. They haven't done that bad, in my opinion, because they've been, just Dixon in particular, a little wavered at times. But you can expect with the new cherry, it's pretty hard to control. There you see, as we talk about the accuracy and taking control of the ball, we see another wide slip down the leg side. Well, I would love to ask you about your form, which has been just impeccable. It's been sublime in many ways. Looks as if that you have enjoyed yourself here in Pakistan, and the conditions just seem to be favorable for your style of batting.
I don't know you know about or not. I born in Karachi. I raised in Karachi. I played for Karachi. I played Pakistan juniors, and I played club cricket a lot in Karachi, and I knew that what gonna happen, what kind of surface, and this is another point to success of my team because let them know all my experience. I guide them which ground, which pitch, behave what. So this is really good opportunity for me as well to use all my experience and contribute towards my team, my nation. And I tried my best, and I'm just a step away from my goal, but I'm still very happy to reach into the semi-final. My goal was to play final, win the final for my nation, for my team, for my Master Cricket USA. But I'm happy with all the positives. I'm taking all the positives. I enjoy always playing in Karachi, and I'll love to come back anytime soon.
He's knocked him over as we talk about that. That was a very good delivery. And he's just gone through the defenses, bowled through the gate. Look at that. Not really reading the length, not really reading the line of the ball. And it would turn a mile. I get the feeling that this pitch is offering some serious bit of turn.
Oh yes, that's a really good ball, big off spin I think, and it went through the gate, and I think with to start the inning.
Yeah, they started the innings well, but just seems to have throwing it away, in my opinion. When you get this start, then you got to make it count as a player. First wicket goes down for USA at the score of 33. So you were talking about getting born and raising up here in Karachi and knowing the conditions. I get the feeling that USA over 40s cricket wouldn't have asked for a better option than you, to having you in the side captaining and just leading them from the front, and this is what you have done.
Well, it's a process. It's a fair process back home through Master Cricket USA. I'm playing regional cricket first last year, and as a Dallas team, I was the captain in the first tournament. We won the tournament, and then we played national tournament. I was the captain, and we won the tournament, and I was the captain. And then we had a zonal tournament as well. This year we played regional tournament. So it's not just because I'm from Karachi. It's been through with the process. I win 3 championships out of 4 championships, and it's fair selection for everybody who can perform in their field. So that's the best thing for Master Cricket USA, and they provide all the support for everybody. For this is a success of Master Cricket USA, I mean.
Yeah, so as we see the wicket falling for USA at the score of 33. So credit must be given to the Aussie captain for sticking with his opening bowlers, and McDonald gives them that early success as Mustafa goes for 14. Worked hard for his 14, but just seems to have given it away because that was poor shot selection going against the turn. Always a risky option. Now, another one's in the air. And it's been a soft dismissal. Poor shot selection outside the off stump. The shot was never on. I don't know what he was trying to achieve on that occasion. He has just walked to the center. A soft dismissal. Poor. I wonder if he was trying to break the shackles. Was looking to be aggressive very early in the piece. But still, you got to get yourself in. It's a 45 over match. It's not a T20. It's not a shorter version of the game. You got to give yourself time. But he's a goner, and the Aussies will take that wicket as a bonus, I would say, because it was a poor shot selection. So 2 wickets to finish the over for McDonald. He'll be on a hat-trick when he will be bowling his next over. Double blow in that over. 33 for 2 after 8, USA. We see the first bowling change by the Aussies as Dixon is being replaced by Lurd. And Michael Durbridge is also in the side. He's another seamer for the Aussies. They have more seamers comparatively to the rest of the nations playing in this inaugural over 40s Cricket Global Cup. It's been a very good tournament so far. And this is number 3 and number 4 positions match. Yesterday's semi-finals, both of these sides have lost in the semis. USA lost to West Indies. And Australia lost to Pakistan. What a game that was. Pakistan scoring 400 runs in 45 overs. And Abdul Razak showing heroics of his own. Even in his playing days, he was as destructive as he is nowadays. Overnight, we were at the dinner which was hosted by Mayor Karachi, Murtaza Wahab Khan. It was a great hospitality shown by Pakistanis in this tournament to the visitors. So overnight I was talking to Abdul Razak and I was asking about the secret sauce in his success and his fitness. He was saying that you just got to keep yourself going no matter what age you are, even if you are over 40s. It's important to keep yourself in touch with cricket, and it's important to keep yourself going with the game. Always gives you positive signs physically, mentally, in many ways. And it's a great opportunity, this sort of tournament, for people who have retired representing their nations in their playing days, just to do some sort of activity and be in touch with cricket. So maiden over to start for Lurd. It's 33 for 2 after 9. So it's going to be McDonald, and he's going to be on a hat-trick. He'll be bowling to Adnan Malik. And his first responsibility will be to avoid the hat-trick, which he does. Nicely played. Made sure that he's played it off the bat, with the bat. Oh, he goes past the outside edge. That was a quicker one, faster one. He's got some varieties, has McDonald, and he's asking some questions to these batters. Well, at the same venue they played the semi-final, did USA. They should have learned this lesson from the West Indies in the second semi-final of yesterday. I'm talking about, which was played between USA and West Indies. West Indies actually won the toss in that game and decided to bowl first at the same venue. Though it was a different pitch that they used, and this time it's a welcome boundary by Adnan Malik. He's off the mark. A little short, and he's put that away nicely. Didn't have to do much because the game and this time it's a welcome boundary by it successfully. And that induces the change in the angle from the bowler, who goes past the outside edge to bowl the last delivery of his fifth and innings 10th over. USA are 37 for 2 after 10. So again, coming back to that point where West Indies winning the toss and opting to bowl first on a same sort of track. I'm sure it's not the same track, but it's just same sort of track at this venue, NBP Sports Complex, which doesn't have grass on it. It's pretty flat. We don't see any cracks in the ground as well. And it's a clear sunshine. The weather conditions are also favorable for batting. But on the other hand, if we take a look at the performance of the spinners and the assistance that they're getting from these pitches is just phenomenal. You can't just write that off. And taking a look at that and having in the back of the mind of the captains, this thing definitely comes in the scheme of minds as we see another wicket falling down here for USA. They're in deep, deep trouble. They're already 3 down and we are into the 11th over. And this time it's Michael Lord who enjoys the success. Outside edge, easy catch for Paulson at second slip. Typical Aussie style of catching, fingers pointing upwards, making a reverse cup. Remember people like Mark Waugh and Ricky Ponting in particular in the slips even used to make a reverse cup at the ball which was at about waist height. Amazing technique of catching behind the stumps. But this is their fashion. This is the way they go about their fielding, the Aussies. And at the moment, USA are struggling big time. They're already 3 down at the score of just 37. As we've been talking about this game, that both of the sides would love to finish on a high note in this tournament. They've been one of the better sides, both of the sides in this tournament. If you talk about the USA, they've impressed a lot. And they've surprised quite a few sides in this tournament. They've beaten West Indies in the first round and lost to them in the semi-final yesterday. And they've had Pakistan in all sorts of troubles in the very first match of this tournament. And now when we are playing the last match before the final of this inaugural over 40s Cricket Global Cup, it looks as if that the Aussies have just come to their own. But we talk about Aussies coming to their own. Yesterday when they played Pakistan, they were all over the place. They were taken to the cleaners and they were just whitewashed by somebody like Abdul Razak. His clean hitting was just better of them, got better of them, and they had no answer to his striking. We know that even in his playing days, he was one of the players who who was able to take the game away from the opposition. And this is what he done in the semi-final against Australia yesterday. I still can't forget that innings of his when he saw his team single-handedly home. Pakistan were 9 wickets down against South Africa with 160 runs to get, and he went on to score 100. They're gone for the referral, and we'll wait and see what happened in the replay. So not out was the decision by the TV umpire. Oh, they've gone for the appeal. Umpire Yunus says not out. Maybe a little bit of bat involved. Love to see in the replay. Going down the leg side, I get the feeling. Oh, he goes for a pull shot there, gets the outside edge, will run away to the boundary. Fortuitous boundary, could have gone anywhere. Pretty risky option. Still at this stage of the game, when they've lost too many wickets, inside the first 15 overs, they're not holding themselves back to try and go for the big shots. Well, it will be better to ask Arfan Rabbani, who has joined me in the commentary box. Good morning, Arfan. Not an ideal time to step to the commentating bench.
Indeed. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Sat Sri Akal. God bless everybody. At the moment, USA team need the heart and the character to show the character we've been executing throughout the tournament. It's time to take the responsibility and accountability and stretch the innings and create partnership.
Well, I would love to ask you a question. That your team has been surprising us, keep surprising and impressing us throughout this tournament. Just seems to have lost a little bit of plot in this match, I would say. Though you played very well in the semi-final as well, you made a match of it in a low-scoring game. You had the West Indian batters on their back foot and tested their skills big time. But in this game in particular, winning the toss and opting to bat first on a good-looking surface, I would love to know that what was in the mind of the captain. Having said that, what happened yesterday on the same sort of track, the Windies winning the toss, opting to bowl first, and that worked in the end. But this was a different sort of plan, and we see USA struggling in this tournament. Very rarely it happened.
Yesterday's game, the plan was very straightforward, is play 45 overs and treat every ball accordingly. The part where we fell short was taking accountability when the middle order was exposed. This is a side effect when your top order is performing consistently and the middle order is not tested. So when the situations happen where consistently your stars are performing from the top and the middle order is not challenged enough, when it was a time to brighten and shine for the middle order, that's where we short and we couldn't deliver yesterday. I think the story would have been a slightly different if we have scored at least 30, 35 runs more. It would be a different situation yesterday. For today's game, like I said, the plan is very simple, straightforward. Give the opportunity to individuals who didn't get the chance to get the very well bat, they're full-time batsmen, but also to make sure take this game as a final and create the vibe that we can cherish when we go home. At the moment, the plan is very straightforward, create partnerships, and apparently both of the two all-rounders who are batting on the pitch are slowly, gradually learn the lesson from last few wickets and keep their head focused and take every ball as a next challenge.
Yeah, you're right. At the moment, the situation is demanding pretty simple cricket from the USA batters. They need to just keep their head down and wait for the loose deliveries to come in their way before they try and go for the big shots. They got to just play according to the situation. And if they get a long hop like that, don't mistime that. You need to time that properly if you are to take it on.
Indeed, absolutely. And that's the difference between an all-rounder, a bowler batsman, and a full-time batsman all-rounder like Farooq or Johnny, which is you take your time, you stretch, you go all the way to the ball, you show the sticker of the bat to the bowler, and you just enjoy the moment. I think it doesn't matter any level of the cricket when you play. When you're trying to prove something to yourself, that's where the struggle comes from. But if you play as natural like Johnny, as natural as Farooq, our captain, it's a different show altogether. I'm very confident both of the individuals who are playing, if they treat every ball as it comes and don't try to imitate, but rather just enjoy every single delivery, it would be a different conversation in the next few minutes.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. Because they don't need to force the issue at the moment. As we see, Michael Lloyd will be continuing. He's been very successful and he's been bowling good lines. Even the Aussies at times have not been at their best. They've been demolished yesterday against Pakistan as we keep on talking through that semi-final. 400 runs. Incredible. That was Abdul Razak show, scoring 195, and we see some Abdul Razak of his own days.
There is a saying in Punjabi, "Band ke mare hai." It was a situation uncalled for. Apparently, there were a few chances, but that's the beauty of the game is, right? The cricket don't give you second chances. You drop the catch, and then the cricket will punish you back. Good learning, though.
Yeah, it's a learning curve for everyone. And that one came a little bit to the right-hander, played well, but no timing behind that one. So as you were mentioning that both of these batters are the all-rounders and your middle order and the lower middle order hasn't been tested at a great deal in this tournament. At times it can go against your favor, as we see that full toss driven straight to the fielder. Could have been a boundary, couple of feet either side of the fielder. Again, if we talk about that, we had same sort of situation in the last few seasons when somebody like Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam were going great guns and they were enjoying form of their life, and our middle order was not tested at the international circuit. I'm talking about Pakistan cricket team. And when they were asked to bat in certain situations when somebody like Babar Azam and Rizwan occasionally got failed, then they were exposed badly because that was the reason they didn't spend much time in the middle. But nowadays the situations are different, as we see even Babar Azam is not having great form of his. Still he has scored 80 runs in a practice game against New Zealand, which is good for Pakistan. And Mohammad Rizwan too, scoring a century. Went in vain in the end, I would say, as New Zealanders chased the target quite easily with quite a few overs to spare by 5 wickets. This is not happening for USA.
Yes, it is happening. A nightmare is coming true. At the moment, the team desperately needs a leadership innings. The team needs an inning where literally we play with all 3 inches of the bat and show the middle of the bat rather than rushing on the blood. There is a saying, reverse psychology is a part of a sports gig in these days, right? And one of the thing is when you're focusing too much on the negative part or the rejection or the fear, that's where it attracts other fears. For example, don't think a pink elephant. Right? So human brain is not programmed for rejections. But if you replace the negativity of what if I get out, what if I have to score, with simple things like I have to play straight. That's an easy thing. The positive vibes are easy to create. Human minds invites creation, but it struggles with rejections. And at the moment, if the Team America is focusing on, I should not do this, I should not do that, the shouldn'ts won't help. What the focus should be is what I should do. And the struggle at the moment, the fear in the mind of the batsman is that if we are losing wickets, I shouldn't play cross. Well, guess what? The bowler is going to give you a one-shot ball unless they're really good in line and length, and eventually you're going to go for it. And you will get trapped in your own fears. Doesn't matter which level of sports you're playing. And negativity attracts negativity more than the positivity creates positivity. So at the moment, the team only needs the character like Mohammad Farooq, which is basically treat the ball at its merit. That's the beauty of the higher level of the cricket. It's easy than club cricket. All you have to do in upper level cricket is you play above your shoulder. You play through your mind rather technique. Because the technique you already learned, you can't develop a technique during the tournament. And at the moment, what the team desperately need is a character. Somebody who takes the game at their own shoulder, spend time, stretch the game, and test the stamina of the opponent.
Yeah, such an interesting point that you made. As we see Farooq getting off the mark immediately when he walks to the center. Always a very good feeling for a batter when you off the mark straight away. Nice to feel your bat on ball. USA at the moment struggling after 13 overs, 4 down for 49. I was talking about a very interesting point that you made, that it's a mind's game. You got to play with the minds of the opponent as well at times. But you got to just be simple in your own manners and try to play as natural as possible. If you play your natural game, I don't think that it's going to be much of a challenge. It is looking like at the moment. And Farooq is going to be the key.
Like I said, the team needs the character like Farooq, and Farooq is already on the crease now. At the moment, my prediction is unless a very good ball, some side edge, or a missed call, Farooq very hopefully is going to stretch the game and show his class again. Particularly, I'm a big fan of when he check his own stroke, playing the bowler back drive. That's where you learn from the senior cricketers. There you go. Roll the ball. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. This is the beauty of the cricket at every level, particularly in subcontinent Pakistan, where cricket really is a religion. It's not a game anymore. And whenever the religion comes in, emotion spikes up. And the beauty of any maturity is calm down. Take it one by one every day. There you go. Checking his stroke even after playing the ball. And one of the things that I want to say about Mohammad Farooq is not only he's a good leader and a captain, but for many of the cricketers, some of us are older than him. He's a mentor off the borderline as well, off the creases, off the ground as well. He reach out to individuals, make sure about the fitness, take interest in their cricketing life, and an amazing personality. We all are humans. We all have our own individual achievements and shortcomings. But the class, the character that he showed during this tour, during this tournament, is amazing. A lot to learn for upcoming cricketers in USA, for cricket, Master Cricket USA cricketers who are waiting, hopefully, to join in the upcoming World Cup. And some of us will also give a tryout for that too in South Africa. But I'm pretty sure the Pakistani audience and the YouTube audience throughout the world internationally enjoyed his innings. And there you go. No rush of blood, no playing across, playing ball at its merit. That's like what we call enjoying the poetry on the crease.
That's right, 14 overs gone. It's 51 for 4. So 50 was raised in the last over for USA. It'll be imperative that both of these batters just carry along and play simple cricket and stretch this innings as long as they can. and they've got every capability of doing that. Especially we talk about somebody like Farooq, who's technically good and far better than quite a few all-rounders in the side, what we've witnessed. And that's the evidence, actually, having 50 half-centuries in this tournament. This is something very unique, I would say, because he's been the only batter in this tournament to score 50 half-centuries. This is some achievement, isn't it?
It is. Says a lot about his cricketing knowledge, his ability to learn the pitch, his ability to understand the opponents, his ability to understand the limitation of the bowlers and fielders and his own teammates. And that makes him separate from an average cricketer. A lot of people we met, the legends like Misbah Bhai, Abdul Razak, a lot of people talked about Mohammad Farooq that we were not aware of. The things they talked about him, we weren't even surprised why he was not playing at Pakistan level back then. Side edge lucky, thinner edge, and 2 runs all the way to third man. One of the things, every country have a star. Every culture have a star. Every culture have an idol to follow. In USA cricket, particularly in Masters, Farooq most likely is the benchmark as a complete cricketer to follow. The difference is it's one thing when a cricketer perform, it's another when a cricketer perform and then take interest in other cricketers so they can perform as well. And Farooq, as a professional coach in USA, particularly in a Texas state and the city, Dallas, where I'm from, both of us are, he's been very vocal and vivid in cricket circuits, not only in cricketers of the South Asian cricketers, but the cricketers who live in USA. And there's a huge student audience of Mohammad Farooq who are from the age of 16 to the age of 50 that I have seen, witnessed myself. They kind of really idolize him in everything.
Well, it's always plus to have somebody like Farooq in the side who really wants to transfer his knowledge to the next generation, which is just a positive sign for USA's cricket perspective. And having said all of that, we've been asking the question, as we've been informed overnight, that there is another version of the game, T20, for these over 40s boys, which will be played next year here in Pakistan. As we'll come back to that after the drinks break, as I get the feeling that the drinks trolley has been called in by the umpire, Yunus. So from the commentary box, we'll come back to you after the drinks break. Welcome back after the drinks break as we see USA are 54 for 4 after 15 overs, and it'll be McDonald continuing through his spell. I get the feeling he is going to bowl out through his spell. It's always good, when a bowler is bowling brilliantly and getting success as well, getting purchase of the surface. Just let's not let him bowl through his spell. Just continue him. He's into his second last over, and this is what it's going to be the theory from the captain, Justin Poole.
My predictions are the audience is going to enjoy 3 shots today from Mohammad Farooq. One would be sweep, unless the knee's in burn, which I know it is. You're going to see the sticker of Farooq's bat a lot, baller back drive, and then you're going to see a late cut. Not a square cut, a late cut from Mohammad Farooq. And he's going to make runs around these 3 shots. Baller back, there you go. Beautiful shot. Extra cover drive reminds me of the legendary Pakistan batsman from 80s, Salim Malik, putting his knee on the ground and giving a proper treatment. The class of American captain Mohammad Farooq all the way to cover to an off spinner, which is a tough one.
Well, a little bit of great Yunus Khan in that stroke as well, stretching it and have to reach for that as well. Did well to middle it outside the off stump. It's just amazing. That was a very good looking stroke through the offside by Farooq.
Indeed. I'm looking for another baller back drive single or just showing a forward defensive shot by Mohammad Farooq. Boom. Another single. Off drive by Mohammad Farooq. Now the question is, will Adnan Taj will be able to keep up with Mohammad Farooq and rotate the strike, stretch the game, and do what is necessary, which is creating partnerships. Let's see. Here comes the pressure.
Yeah, a lot of responsibility on both of these shoulders. The bat is, especially Adnan Malik, who didn't have enough time in the middle throughout the course of this event. Will be a rather tester for him. He goes back and across and plays it off the back foot nicely. Fielded well. End of the over with a dot. It's 60 for 4 after 16. So at the moment, after those couple of quick wickets, I get the feeling that it's a good little partnership building up for USA.
As we all witnessed, and we will, smaller partnerships will create a mega impact. I do see there are some good batsmen still to play. An all-rounder, excellent all-rounder, Amik, who's an off-spinner, but also a very good batsman, a very strong hitter of the ball. Rudy, whom we have a nickname, Rudy Pathan, an aggressive, bludgeon all-rounder batsman. He's a good one to score, but his phenomena is he really insults the bowler. I mean, I'm a leg spinner, love to bowl him, and he really treat every ball like it's the last ball of the game. There are some good batsmen still waiting to deliver the Chronicles. So let's see what's going to happen. My prediction remains the audience is going to enjoy Farooq's baller back drive, singles, forward defense, sweep, and late cut. And if Adnan Taj is able to catch up with Farooq by simply delivering singles and doubles and rotate the strike, I think we'll have a good total somewhere around 180 or 220 around-ish for Australians to chase.
Yeah, Michael Durbridge has been brought into the bowling crease. Will be having his chance to turn his arm over. He's a tall fellow, and we can expect him to bowl accurately as he's been doing throughout the course of this tournament. He's been very impressive with his lines and lengths. He's fairly tall, easily 6'1", 6'2". And I wonder if he's able to get some sort of bounce because of his height, which is going to be comparatively easy for the batters. Especially on this sort of surface, as we've seen the matches played in this ground, at times the ball has been keeping low, which is having the batsmen tested from their skills mostly. Rep down the pads, way down the leg side. We'll get a leg by, both of the batters. So I was talking about the bounce. At the moment, we haven't seen any sort of variable bounce on this surface. The bounce has been invariable, which is always good for a batting perspective. Even for a bowling perspective, I would say the bowlers will also enjoy the good carry through to the keeper. It's not going to be the same carry through to the keeper which we can have at somewhere in Wacker at Perth, the fastest pitch on earth. But it's Pakistan, it's subcontinent, typical subcontinental conditions. But on a flat track, if you have a good carry through, it's always helpful.
Indeed, all Mohammad Farooq has to do is beat 5 fielders. Technically, if you look at it, there are 4 fielders behind the popping crease. So technically, there are 5 fielders in front of the bat. How hard it would be. The only difference is the Australians are not realizing Farooq don't offer cross shots. He plays straight. You need to put fielder in front of him rather behind him. 4 fielders behind Farooq, you can't count them. So technically, he only need to beat 5 fielders now, which he is doing elegantly. There you go. No effort. And 6. Bowler back on the top. 6 runs maximum.
Well, that is the shot of the morning so far. Effortlessly puts that away. It's a check drive. Lofted in the air, over mid-on, goes all the way. Incredible timing behind that stroke.
Count them. So technically, he only need to beat 5 fielders now, which is. And 6. Bowler back.
That is beauty. There was nothing slog in that stroke. It's a genuine cricketing stroke. And if a guy can hit a ball for 6 with a genuine on drive, it's incredible. It's all about the ability that he has, Farooq. 17 overs done. It's 68 for 4. Interesting sort of field placing they have against both of these batters. Well, they have a couple of men catching at short mid-wicket and short cover. And they have a third inside the circle. And they have a 45 or a fine leg inside the circle. And they have a deep square leg which is rather in front of square. There are a lot of gaps available for these batters to work the ball around. There was no timing in that. Well, often we talk about players being very strong off the front foot if they are to survive against the spin bowlers. Actually, this is what we have seen in somebody like Farooq. He's been very strong off the front foot. And the other thing is that when the ball is there, it's a little short. He's been equally well with his cut and pull as well. We haven't seen so many pull shots because we cannot expect those horizontal bat strokes on this type of surface where the bowlers don't have enough pace to work with and don't get that extra bit of bounce, extra bit of zip off the surface. So that's why you will expect more of the genuine strokes with the straighter bat to be offered by the batters. But I'm saying in case if the ball is short and rising to a sort of rib cage height, we'll be able to execute pull shots as well. Arfan will correct me.
I agree with you actually, but there's an old saying in English cricket, don't cut until May, because the wickets get hard and then the ball will bounce more, and then the ideal situation to cut the ball or to pull the ball or to hook a ball. In Pakistan conditions, South Asian conditions, you'll always expect remain on the front foot. The chances of an uneven bounce is more less than a ball, the surprise reduction in the bounce of the ball. So at the moment, stay on the top, drive the game, stretch the game, understand the height of the ball. When the fielders usually in the game, an excellent on drive by Mohammad Farooq, simple full toss, and to a wide mid wicket, 4 runs. The very simple formula at the moment for Australian team to follow is let's Farooq rotate the strike. And they're doing a fantastic job on Adnan Taj, which is putting fielder up, tossing the ball up, and exciting him to go for it. But the beautiful part is Adnan full toss, cool partnership cricket. There is nothing fancy in the pitch unless the bowler really caused something special. It's a very simple track to bat. I think it's a batsman's paradise.
Yeah, it's a cracker. And good to see both of these batters complementing each other, understanding each other, and knitting up a very good partnership. Now, a little hesitant was there whether to go for the drive or just pull out of the stroke. In the end, manages to get an inside edge. And that will bring somebody like Farooq on strike, who is batting brilliantly at the moment. Better than runner ball. His strike rate at the moment on 18 of 17 deliveries. And if you bowl short, he's prepared to cut that as well. Couldn't get it in the gap. And I get the feeling that the timing was missing on that occasion as well. I wonder if hitting through the line is just becoming a little hard on this surface. Though it's looking very good for batting. But at times... Oh, this time cut away nicely. But they have a protection at third boundary. So I was talking about hitting through the line. I won't say it's that tough, but just comparatively tough. What do you make of it?
This is his 10th inning in 11 days. Lactic acid is doing his part as well. And beside that, Farooq is still leading and taking a part. I can see a lot of shots he's resisting. He's still struggling with the knee pain. And still beside it, doing the best he can. And on the other end, helping Adnan to learn and expand. And Adnan is also a first-class cricketer he's a Karachiite, a local son of Karachi, doing the class. All we are simply doing is doing the basic cricket, man. There is nothing special to deliver here at the moment. The ball is coming on the bat. Just enjoy it, deliver the results.
Well, reason why USA have been that much successful in this tournament is that we see most of the players are Pakistani origin, and they feel that they're playing at home. Actually, not only feel, actually they are playing at home, and it's their second home, I could say, coming all the way from USA. And I wonder if they're enjoying their time here in Pakistan, and I'm sure would love to come back again if the tournaments like this will be organized.
USA is home to all of us, but it's always great to come back to the land of our forefathers and recall some good memories and our roots, discovering our roots to going to old streets. There's a lot of emotional vibe, a lot of stories, even from our Indian colleagues who were grandfather or grandma before the India-Pakistan partition. They were here. There's a lot of love. There's a lot of those suppressed emotions. Sometime late night when, early morning at Fajr, we listen to the azan. It gets a little emotional because it's not allowed culturally in USA. So it's a different vibe, it's a different emotion. And then the same thing when you look at the cricket, when you enjoy the whole fiesta, the festivities, and shining the ball. We shine the ball in USA as well, but we don't get the Duke to play in USA. It's a different vibe here. Culturally, at the same way, cricket-wise, it's a very uplifting event and give cricketers all over the world an opportunity of a second inning to expand our brotherhood in cricket fraternity. Amazing event.
Well, we've seen another bowling change. It's been made here as Steve Paulson has been introduced into the attack. Another spinner, very effective bowler. But I like his batting more than his bowling. He's a very good batter, very correct player. And in the middle order, he's a very useful aspect of the game for the Aussies. Well, we've heard from quite a few sides in Canada, UAE even, Australia, that there have been, from the Caribbeans, from the West Indians, and from the Hong Kong, China, all the visitors, that they had quite a few injuries, quite a few niggers going through. But I don't think that same is the case here with people coming from USA. What do you make of it?
In the western part of the world, cricket don't pay your mortgages. So unless you have a dad or a big brother or somebody working and your entire job is just to go and play cricket, we all are professionals, doctors, engineers, lawyers, barristers, you name it. We IT people, we all are doing primarily our other jobs. Cricket is just that passion that it's our first love, it's our first marriage. Unfortunately, that's what the message goes to everybody. One of the things that we have to give a credit, and through this medium, with your permission, I will say thanks to all my sisters, the wives of our cricketing fraternities, my own wife. Because of their sacrifice, we get the chance to go out, play cricket on the weekends, sometime for 5 days, 6 days. We are on the tournaments throughout the year many times. Our team is not, we are not guests to each other. We have been playing, Team USA currently, we've been playing at least 7 events in last 1.5 years. Each event expand more than 7 business days. So we knew each other. The chemistry was already there. There were fitness standards in Master Cricket. In Master Cricket USA, the age was never considered a factor. Team above 40 team came in, but the criteria was fitness and a lot of other things, performance and all that. The beautiful part is the way our management, our manager, our coach, our local physio in Pakistan, our junior coach in Pakistan, Shujad, Faisal, who was the coordinator from local facilities in Pakistan, then our coach Nasrul, and our team manager Chris Bhai. And then again, Captain, Vice Captain Noman and Farooq. Everybody try to pay attention to every fitness angle and every mental fitness of the individuals. So we prepared not to participate. That was not the intent to come here anyway. We prepared to win, and I think ethically we won, but in the game world, we definitely learned a lot. Why? Is because in America, at least, we don't have a concept of loss or losing. You only lose when you quit trying. So you either win or you learn, and we learned here. Oh, good ball. And fitness angle-wise, fitness is always above 40. It needs either an inner conviction to go and makes the difference. And the biggest encouragement for us was to walk under American flag. No country give you that opportunity. And for us to walk under American flag on a Pakistan soil, special thanks to Master Cricket USA and special thanks to the organizers of Pakistan to allow us the second innings. A lot of people won't understand, but it means more than cricket for a lot of us cricketers. Our daughters, our wives, our sisters. My own mom said, okay, fine, beat Pakistan, get a Afridi signature. She's Pathan, so I'm half Pathan. I said, Mora. So it's a lot of love, it's a lot of mixed emotions, and when it comes to fitness, that's a basic benchmark of selecting the team.
That's right, and to add to that, when you have somebody like Consul General from USA in treble coming and supporting the team, it just adds to the spark, doesn't it?
It does, and it says a lot about America as a young new nation in the cricket arena. We had a lot of new opportunities. The minor league, the major league recently, it was a good festivity in my hometown, Dallas, where we had the major league and we have the legends from Pakistan side as well, Shadab Bhai. A lot of other people came in. international cricketers. Cricket is the good thing in America is that we have cricketers from 3 or 4 strong cricketing nations: India, Pakistan, Caribbean island, and particularly Sri Lankan community. So cricket is not a surprise for the USA. We are getting good investments, not only for professional cricketers, but also the semi-professional cricketers like Farokh, or club cricketers like myself and a lot of other colleagues. So it's happening. It's a lot of action. And this tournament hopefully will go a long way creating that vibe of investment. The good thing is not South Asians only play cricket now. We have local second, third generations of cricketers born and raised in USA, and there are a lot of talent waiting to be to get on the international arena through these channels. And thanks to Jio Super and a lot of other broadcasting media in Pakistan, which is encouraging our youth to go ahead, step up. If 40 plus can do it, you're destined to do it.
Yeah, you're right. And the 40 plus are not doing bad at all in this tournament. It's been pretty obvious that these teams have come on a purpose to visit Pakistan, and surely they're carrying through themselves sort of memories which will be just unforgettable for a longer period of time, I'm sure. A very good delivery, a Snowter to finish the over. 21 overs done, 78 for 4. USA seems to be just recovering from that point when they were losing too many wickets. Now seems to have just steadied the ship, weathered the storm, both of these batters, and looking good at the crease. In between some oohs and ahs, but still I would say that they're going good.
इब्तिदाए इश्क है रोता है क्या आगे आगे देखिए होता है क्या.
Typical Pakistani.
So basically all I just said is welcome to the party. It's just the beginning, even though it's the end of the tournament, but for Team USA is the beginning of the new chapter, and we are very, very excited to come back in the World Cup and prove again. But it's an amazing opportunity to meet the legends of different countries here, and to play with the legends in our own team. And I'm very enthusiastic. When I landed in Pakistan 3 weeks ago, I had 3 chins. My teammates recognized only 1 chin left and said, "Oh, you know what? This is good. I'm going for it." But the part I loved is the second inning, literally testing our stamina, testing our patience, and giving us those back in the days of teenager vibe of na learna hai. And that's exciting, and the amazing camaraderie with the teammates. I'm very lucky and blessed to be the part of the amazing team, amazing leader, awesome vice captain, good coach, and the credit has to go to Masters Cricket USA, but also Masters Cricket International, which is encouraging cricketers all over the world to take this opportunity, get healthy, get back in shape, and play the game we love from our childhood.
Oh, that's right. You're enjoying big time, and that is quite evident here in the com box too. You've brought some sort of energy which is really lifting the spirit of our viewers who are watching us back in home.
Indeed. And apparently I got the opportunity to speak a little bit of Punjabi as well, which is very rare back home in USA. Excellent bowler back drive by Adnan. Just for the USA audience, if you're just logged in, or international audience, Adnan Taj, who's playing at the moment from USA, is a local son of Karachi, a first-class cricketer from Karachi as well. And he is creating a good partnership with our captain, Mohammad Farokh. At the moment, the team USA is catching up, but needs still longer partnerships while we are testing the stamina of our awesome Aussies colleagues.
Yeah, still a long way to go, as 23 overs to be bowled, 22 done. They are 80 for 4 at the moment, and it's a very good partnership building up for USA. And they have 2 of the best players in the side to see them through this period. And I'm sure they will love to continue in the very merry way for the next 8 to 10 overs, and then maybe just look to change gears and see what the target they're looking to achieve and what the certain changes are there to be made. As we see, it's going to be Michael Durbridge will be continuing his bowling from the pavilion end. He's been good with his lines and lengths, but at times when he was a little loose, he's been picked off for some runs. That has been the feature of this partnership so far between Adnan and Farooq.
Adnan just returned the helmet. Makes me feel his angle of view will change, because usually helmet is not just for protection, but modern day cricketers use it for the angle. And I would love to see Adnan extending the partnership, stretching the game more with Farooq, be able to see the ball more clearly and stretch the game. Basics, singles and doubles. For Team USA and Australia, this is the final. Both of the teams wants to win and bring a happy memory of a good fight and a victory back home. Let's see who delivers.
Nicely driven through the covers. Will pinch a single. Would you see any changes in the strategy from now on from both of these batters? Would they love to continue in the same way that they're going about the job, or you see them changing gears at some point in time?
What I'm learning is that when Farooq is batting, Aussies are not making a lot of changes. When Adnan is batting, they're bringing fielders right up to Adnan and bringing, what a beautiful slash to the point by Adnan Taj, 4 runs. What I'm learning from Aussie's technique is they're bringing fielders right in the view of Adnan and trying to tempt him so he can go aggressive. Because Farooq's his plan is quite vivid and clear, is take the signal, rotate the trike, and Adnan is doing the same thing. But when Adnan is batting, they're bringing fielder up. And my feeling is Adnan may try to take them aggressively, 1 or 2 shots of playing across. Let's find out. Excellent. Forward defense, Adnan Taj showing his class.
Yeah, if the opportunity is there, I'm sure both of these batters are prepared to put that away. And Adnan Malik seems to be a little bobbed down in this innings because he's been rather quiet as compared to the captain, because captain is going almost runnable, 22 of 24 deliveries, whereas Adnan Malik is not out on 19 of 47 deliveries, strike rate below 50. It's not acceptable in any game, but it's understandable because they lost 2 quick wickets and they had to do a bit of consolidation. As we see, outside edge, goes begging. That has been put down. Well. Lucky escape for Adnan Malik. Tickle, and the fielder down there puts it down. Would you believe that? Unbelievable, really.
Oh, I'm loving it right now. As an American, I'm enjoying the second chance. Adnan got not only the opportunity as a second innings, but a second chance as well, second life. I expect nothing less than Adnan from at least a 50 run in his own account. All he has to do is just follow and create singles. There you go. There's no need to prove anything at the moment. All we need to do is simply follow the game plan, which is play 50 overs, reduce the dots, rotate the strike, classic club cricket.
Up for the challenge at the moment is another opportunity for Australia goes bagging. He'll definitely be disappointed with that. That should have been taken in the slip cordon, but it's cricket. It happens, and that's gone now. It's history. Should not think of that. They've got to move forward and do the positives which they can. And I'm sure that the Aussies, as they're known by nature, are pretty relentless when it comes to playing cricket. And they won't be there to commit that many mistakes as they've been doing throughout the course of this tournament. But there is an element of luck involved as well, I would say, in these bigger tournaments. You need to ride your luck as well to get results in your favor. But comparatively, I would say that the Aussies, the cricket that they have played, though it's been very good, very impressive, but still, by their standards, I don't think that they're being able to give their 100% or show what they're capable of. It's a long hop, dragged down, and it's been punished in style for a maximum. That's a big one. What a blow that has been. Came right off the screws and goes all the way. And when the ball hits Farooq's bat, it's going to be a hit, and it's going to stay hit. Such a clean striker of the cricket ball. And he has just picked him away on that occasion. A good comeback delivery. Clearly was not going to hit the stumps. There was a little inquiry by Steve Paulson, which doesn't impress the umpire. Good push to mid-on for a single. It's good intelligent batting by Farooq. No need to take unnecessary risks. Just go about the job, wait for the opportunity, and in between, the loose bowling is going to be bowled by the Aussies, and take full toll of that if you get the opportunity. And at the moment, this pair has been successful in doing that. 24 overs done, USA 92 for 4. Mikey to continue. Nicely bowled. Look at that. This is his area of strength when it comes to bowling for Mikey. Bowls that nagging length, which really makes the batter be unsure in his mind whether to go forward or back. And it's time a little too straight. I get the feeling that he doesn't want to be predictable as well. It's a good option to just mix it up, change your line. Keep the batter guessing all the time. Deliberately opening the face of the blade to get a single down to third. He's looking very good at the moment, is Farooq. And we know that he's playing at home.
If there's one thing I learned in last 3 years while playing with Farooq is Farooq don't give challenge to a bowler, but he will accept every challenge. Unlike Janisar Khan, he plays in his opponent's mind and create the innings. So Janis always give challenge to the bowling side, rather accepting a challenge. He'll give a challenge before you're even in the ground. Farooq accept the challenge, but he will never give a challenge. Why? Because from the very first ball, Farooq is in his own zone. It's like a practice. He's literally doing a practice. You can see the, like playing in slow motion. And every other batsman who plays with Farooq gets very relaxed. There is no rush to play. All we have to do is just follow his lead. And one thing that I'm very impressed with the opponent Aussies is the nerves. They're still very calm down, no misfielding, no overthrows, picking the ball even from the boundary in the circle, coming straight in the hand of the wicketkeeper. It shows that how comfortable they are with the basics and how loose and relaxed their body muscles and creating that vibe of calmness. You can see the way wicketkeeper is carrying the ball, the way the team is shuffling around the bowlers. There is no panic, there is no rush, there is no desire to get the other opposite batsman tired, whereas rest of the other teams, they rush in between the overs so the batsmen don't get enough time. And that's where Aussies have a very thick skin. It's not easy to tempt them. It's not just the cricket skill. Mentally, they are very well prepared. So there are two ways to defeat, right? Skill is a skill that's there. One is you defeat them mentally, and the other one is you just are just too good skill-wise, but maybe somebody will get under your skin. So Aussies have an amazing field planning, excellent field combination, a cool-headed captain, and especially their batting. They're good partnership creators. We have done our homework, and hopefully we'll have a lot of surprise today when we will get in the field for Aussies.
Yeah, at the moment we can assume that it's going to be a very good match as we see this partnership just developing up for the goods of USA. And if they can get around somewhere above 200 mark, it's going to be a very good match, I presume. Was there a little bit of inside edge? I get the feeling there was a little bit of bat involved which saved Malik on that occasion. Otherwise, he was plumb in front. It's good bowling. He's bowling stump to stump is Paulson, but good awareness by both of the batters as well. This has been another feature of this partnership so far. They understand each other quite brilliantly, and I would love to know from Irfan if they've been batting together previously as well for the longer periods of time.
They played, Farooq and Adnan played against each other quite a lot back in Houston, Texas, where we have our nationals and our master preparation all year long. Didn't play with each other in that context, partnerships, but they both are first-class cricketers. They know the basis of whose call it is. And once again, at the end of the day, no matter which level of the game you're playing, at this level, it's all above the shoulders, right? So following the basics is more important than doing the right or wrong thing. And there you go. Another punishment for a bad ball. And one of the challenges you have, I myself as a leg spinner, is that if you are playing bowling against a batsman like Mohammad Farooq, and even if you have a whole over maiden, but none of the balls were on the right target, you're feeding him. You're giving him confidence that he can play you anywhere. So as a spinner, what I expect from Aussies is, it doesn't matter where Farooq hits you, but if you keep giving him good balls and he's carefully marking the balls and still making runs, is far better than getting a maiden over where the balls are not consistent. Because batsmen like Farooq, once they set their eye in, it's a hell show to get them out. They're not going to get them out because they put a price on their wicket. On the other end with Adnan, the way Adnan is learning from Farooq and carving his own innings, I'm only worried about one part: if he lose the concentration, because Adnan is right now playing under the shadow of Farooq's innings. All Adnan has to do is be natural, keep rotating the strike. No need to become here like a Afridi strike, big bang bang. What we call boom boom. No boom boom, and I think Adnan would be able to deliver with Farooq all the way. A new chain, fast bowler.
Yeah, Michael Lee has been introduced into the attack by the Aussie skipper. As he bowls one full toss, and welcome to the bowling crease, says Adnan Malik. Threading it through the gap at the extra cover region. Beautifully executed stroke. It's pretty hard to get it straight away when you're into your bowling stint. It's a juicy full toss and puts that away, does Adnan Malik through covers. Shorter one this time, went for the cut, will be adjudicated as wide. So a little loose in his approach. He has to first understand what he's there for and what he needs to do. Otherwise, I get the feeling that he will be at the receiving end.
That's where I always say, enjoy the first meal. Don't go for the second. His eyes are set. He got the full toss right on his bat, getting the confidence there. There is no need to try and attempt the white ball. Rotate the strike. Beautiful light push. Excellent batting by Adnan. A lot of followers, a lot of friends, a lot of fans of Adnan Taj waiting in USA and in local Karachiites. They want him to succeed. Team USA want Adnan to deliver with Farooq. A good, strong partnership, and we're looking forward for Adnan to raise his bat at his 50. I myself especially.
Rep down the pad, sliding down the leg side. Well, he's a very good commentator as well. He's the bowler Michael Leahy. He's joined me once throughout the course of this tournament. And his partner who's bowling from the other end, Michael Durbridge. I call him Mikey. He's one of the better commentators around. He's joined me in the commentary box. And it's been a very good experience for us, the commentators as well. When we go to the hotel and my fellow commentators alongside me, we discuss these things, that it's been a very good experience sharing microphone with different voices from across the globe. And we are thankful to you guys as well for giving your precious time in the commentary box. It's been fun for everyone. There is no question about it. Again, I would say hats off to PVC, Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association, for holding such a great event, which is leaving quite a few memories with all of the players, everyone in fact, who's been part of this outstanding tournament, incredible tournament. And I'm sure that we have a lot to come in the future as well, because it's kind of a foundation laid here in Pakistan, though we know that the veterans cricket in over 40s, over 50s, over 60s, in England at times over 70s, has been already there. But in Pakistan, it seems to be furnishing and developing sort of zeal in the minds of the people, which is going to just keep increasing by the passage of time. Sliced away to third. Will keep strike for the next over. The captain, Farooq. As we see, USA are 104 for 4 after 27. It's pretty hot out there in the middle, so both of the batters were taking their time. Flighted delivery, nicely driven. Will earn him a single, if not more. Settle for one. So there is a little bit of breeze also blowing across the ground, but still I would say it's pretty hot.
I'm from Texas, man. The definition of hot is quite different there in Texas. It's pretty much this weather. But I want to say, with your permission, a special thanks to the volunteers, the ball pickers, the ball boys, who are from different local clubs, and every single day they've been serving under extreme heat and barely get the chance to rest like the playing cricketers. We get the chance to get back in pavilion. So special kudos to organizers and the local cricket clubs. I don't remember the name of all these clubs, but these volunteers under uniform, under heat, are making sure the balls are delivered back quickly. And kudos. I'm just flabbergasted. I don't have words how to say special thanks. But every single local club cricketer wearing the whites and the green jersey and the red caps, kudos to them. I mean, not only they're the future, but we know that the future of Pakistan cricket is in great hands. It's amazing hospitality in the hotel, in the ground, off the boundary. We're just speechless. It's just amazing.
Well, they are the future of Pakistan. Let's not forget there was a time when Babar Azam used to be a ball picker at the at the Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore.
Indeed. We never know. Where is the next Babar? Where is the next Shoaib Akhtar? Where is the next Akram? Or where is the next Saeed Anwar or Afridi? But I have to admit, a little selfish, there was always one and there will always be one Javed Miandad. That's it. There won't be a second Javed Miandad again. A huge fan of Javed Bhai. I want to say something about this legendary person. My father, late Malik Khalid Rabbani, was a huge fan of Javed Bhai. And it was always a desire to meet Javed Bhai in person. So I met Javed Bhai in the opening gala. And, of course, he was entering in and rushing and so many fan followings. So I introduced myself to Javed Bhai. I'm from Team USA. My late father was a huge fan of yours. And it's such a great opportunity. I just my dad. I wish he was here. In that very moment, while I was shaking hand and talking to other people, he stopped. He looked at me, and he right there and then prayed for my father. It's one thing if a legend say, "Okay, God rest his soul." He right there and then give me in Urdu a prayer for my dad, and it was a very emotional moment. And that tells you, Javed Miandad is not just a Pakistan Test cricket star. He's more than that, and you don't find legends like these again. A person, the phenomena, a legend, a character in international cricket arena. And thank you again for Pakistan Veterans Cricket to allow us to be under, even for a second, a shadow of these great cricketers.
Not only for Pakistan, across the globe, I would say one of the greatest of all times, Javed Miandad. What a player he was. He was truly a match winner, man of crisis, as he was known in his playing days. And such a great human being, very down to earth. You won't see any egos in him. And he's been coaching Pakistan as well after his retirement. He's one of those rare players, along with Sachin Tendulkar, to feature in about 6 World Cups, if I'm not wrong. The ODI World Cups. So many records against his name when you talk about Javed Miandad. Shot one slapped away but can't pierce the field. So he's good in cutting the ball, is Farooq. I wonder if he gets the ball somewhere 1 or 2 feet either side to that fielder right back with a point. The ball, the way it seems to be traveling very fast, because he's middling it quite nicely at the moment. Will have to be careful with his lines and length. Stephen Leahy, the bowler. He doesn't have enough pace. He's a medium pacer. And with this pace, the accuracy matters most. Slashed away. This time he manages to get in the gap, but they have a sweeper cover. So single was taken, as that ball was fielded quite easily by the sweeper cover. So that brings Adnan Malik on strike. needs to improve his strike rate a bit, Adnan Malik. Still just a shade under 50 runs per 100 ball faced. That's not acceptable, because at this stage of the game, I get the feeling that he should be able, because he's been there for a while now, for 56 deliveries, so that is some time. He has spent some time in the middle, and he should be able to sight the ball properly and should be able to adapt to the conditions. And especially if he's not tired. I wonder if he's tiring a little as well, because there is a time when you start tiring, then you seems to be losing your timing a little bit. So I hope that that element is not going through his physique or his body language at the moment. Arfan will tell us about it better because he's his teammate.
As a wicket-keeper, he pretty much got the chance in many games to do the wicket-keeping, and then today got a chance to bat as well. I think as a wicket-keeper, you do a lot of squats. And if your lactic acid is already kicking in, yeah, your choice of shots will change as well. So hopefully, Adnan is getting a good rest, and apparently, I expect him to deliver more, considering he plays more balls, should be able to see a football now instead of a cricket ball, and should be able to rotate very easily. As I said, I can see initiatives, I can see he's middling the ball. What I don't want to see is him playing cross shots, but rather being more positive. Place the ball, drive it. If it's a bad ball, punish it, but don't try to play across the ball. There you go.
No timing behind that one. Looks as if he's just trying to hit the ball a little hard, in my opinion, rather than just relying on his timing. Well, at times when you try to hit the ball a little too hard, you get in the process too many dot deliveries building up, and that can get better of you, because that can exert some sort of pressure which really induces you to play a false stroke. And I'm sure exactly will be the strategy from the Aussies, just to make him play most of the dot deliveries, and then let him think out of the box and do something out of the ordinary. Do something which is going to bring some favor to the Aussies bowlers. Cool, calm, accomplished is Farooq, and he still has far better strike rate than his partner. That's the difference in the class, I get the feeling, because both of them are different style of players. They have their own ways of going about the job, and at the moment they've been both effective, I would say, as we see 30 overs being bowled, and it's Nelson on the board, and the drinks trolley has been called in by the umpires as well. So we'll have a drinks break, and from the commentary box we'll get back to you after the drinks break. So the umpire was signaling the second power play. Welcome back after the drinks break. As we see Stephen Leahy rather, will be continuing. A little bit of sloppy work, but no damage done. Couldn't stop it. Was the fielder at short cover. Captain on strike. He's batting well on 37. Oh, what a shot that is. The good thing about that stroke is that he allowed the ball to come to him, and at the last minute just played it brilliantly with the horizontal bat and got the placement as well, because he had to beat only that fielder inside the circle, and then it was always going to go away from that fielder at third boundary.
Excellent cut by Mohammad Farooq. The question is, will we get another one?
If the ball is there, you will get many of these. And I wonder if Michael Lee will, Stephen Lee, I always get this, I always get, just switched up with this word Michael and Stephen. Anyways, if Lee is bowling him there every day, I wonder if he's going to keep him hitting all day long.
That just sounds like a birthday gift from Mohammad Farooq. After hitting a shot, he might have smiled and said, thanks again, man. Let's see another one. Farooq on the strike.
A little too wide. Oh, sloppy work by the keeper. Lets that through his legs, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary. The Aussies seem to be losing a little bit of plot here.
I think it's just electric, man. It's just tiredness. I've seen Aussies playing in the pool games, and this is not their standard. It's a very fighting spirit team. I think at the moment, it's just a little muscle ache.
But we don't have to expect sort of muscle ache, especially after the drinks break.
Man, let's see another one.
His legs, and that's going to go all the way. A little bit of deviation of the surface, and a good take by the keeper as well. Simon is the keeper. He's over 50 years of age, and most of these players, as we see, that struggling in the field. Another loose delivery, lucky to get away with it. Only single, he'll take the single. Now they've got the third fielder a lot squarer than normal because of those couple of cuts played in the same region through Backwater Point Gully region. They want to protect that area. They will have to change their line rather. That was better, coming into the right-hander. At times you say that your strengths are your weaknesses. So I wonder if they're looking for us to induce any mistake or commit any mistake in that region. Because mostly we saw the great players across the globe which have been very successful at international circuit. People like Sanjay Surya, people like Virender Sehwag. I still remember in that World Cup, the T20 World Cup, when Bangladesh, I'm talking about the T20 World Cup of 2009, when the Bangladesh got their work cut out against somebody like Sanjay Surya, they posted a fielder at the boundary at Backwater Point, and they asked their bowler, which was Mashrafi Mortaza, I reckon, to bowl slightly outside the off stump, a touch shorter in length, and invite that favorite cut shot of Sana Jaiswal. And he was trapped at the boundary. Though the ball was flying to the boundary, it was going flat, but he was caught. And the plan worked. And there are quite a few more examples like that as well. So at times, it's pretty evident that your strengths are your weaknesses as well at times.
I think cricket is a memory game. It's a muscle memory game and all about timing. Sometimes it's good to attack, sometimes it's good to defend. Sometimes it's good to have a defensive field and attack and attacking field to defend. It's all about timing, right? The right time, the right moment, the right time to switch the bowler, the right time to open the doors of Ragnarok, the right time to open a hell door, right time to slog, right time to defend. It's the perfect timing of when you want to do something specific. That's why cricketer's mind is never at rest, consistently thinking about it. There's an old joke that the husband who was addicted to cricket, always on the weekend going out and playing cricket, the wife got tired one day and she simply said, "That's it, I'm going to my mom's house." And the husband said, "Excellent use of footwork, leaving the house."
It can sound funny in a way, but I can tell you it's not that funny.
Yes, because I want to go home as well, I take this joke back. In Urdu, we usually say, "Kadmon ka behtareen istemal karte hue." Oh, beautiful.
And that is not a good use of the feet down the leg side, and he's been castled. Oh my word. Arfan, it's a coincidence, isn't it?
Apparently, my joke didn't go well, and keeper already got the sniff of what I said about being, above 40. The last two tries from the wicketkeeper was amazing, amazing. Aussies started to show their true colors again, which is competitiveness, never quit, and it's going to be an excellent competition, back-to-back, face-to-face. Another all-rounder from Team USA, Vinod Parigram, nicknamed Vinny, my teammate, my roommate, and also my clubmate from Dallas County Cricket Club. So a lot of DCC people in Dallas and USA shooting out for Vinny. An excellent all-rounder. If he gets settled, few balls, the audience is going to see a lot of scoop shots, a lot of fine leg will be busy, and deep square leg will be busy. He's a very, very shrewd and a very intelligent batsman who will steal singles and you won't even realize what just happened. It will be fun watching Vinny and Captain playing together. They've been a very solid partnership back in the past because we played under Farooq Bhai from Dallas, mighty Dallas team from last 2.5 years. I've seen a couple of partnerships between both of these two. Probably after a few balls, if Vinny gets settled in, you'll be forced to admit that the chemistry was already there before they start playing.
Arfan Rabbani was alongside me. He was analysing the game pretty nicely. Powerful hit, did well to stop there. It was actually straight to him. Michael Leahy was the fielder down there at short cover. Vinod is the new coming batter. Oh, attempted pull shot. Didn't have any idea where that ball went. Ended up at short third. We'll give him a single. Not a convincing way to get off the mark. It's end of 32. 128 for 5, USA. So it'll be Michael Leahy to continue from the pavilion end. As we see, Vinod is going to be on strike. get the feeling that he's kind of a power hitter, or he's just trying to hit the ball, muscle the ball, rather than relying on his timing, is Vinny. Yes, he's an all-round cricketer, and his partner, Arfan Rabbani, was saying earlier when he's commentating with me that we may just see some sweep shots, some scoops, some ramps, as there is another close case. That ball has directly hit the stumps, and they've asked for the TV umpire to have a look at that again. We'll see in the replay what happened exactly there. Standing in the field and making sure that they're still pretty much in the game. 6th wicket to go down for USA, and it's Winnie who gets himself run out in an unfortunate way. Had to get back, but by the time he got back, his stumps were castled. Hits the bullseye, does Paulson. Enjoying another success, the Aussies. Rudy Hind, it's going to be the new batter for USA. I'll wrap down the pads and the finger goes up. He's just come and gone. Golden duck for Rudy. Looking in disbelief, but he has to leave the arena. It was full, it was straight, and I get the feeling was going to hit some part of leg stump. Good decision by the umpire. Rudy trapped in front of the stumps and will have to take a long walk back to the change room. Golden duck for him goes without troubling the scorer. 7 wickets down, USA seems to be in dire straits. So it's going to be Ajay Sharma, who's making his way to the middle. The left-hander shown some promise when he was batting yesterday against West Indies in the semi-final. Will have to prove a point to support his skipper on the other hand, who's batting on 47 not out. Will be interesting to see how Farooq will go about the job from now on, because he's lost his partner. He's been off strike for a while now, and on the other hand they've lost some quick wickets in a span of just few deliveries in the last couple of overs. They lost 3 wickets. And it will be very interesting to see now how Farooq goes about the proceedings. Ajay has shown some promise, as I was mentioning, in the last game, so I'm sure he'll be trusting his partner. But the kind of bowling Stephen Leahy and rest of the Aussie bowlers are doing at the moment, it's going to be a sort of a challenge for somebody like Ajay, who has just walked in. End of another very successful over. Couple of wickets. Of course, a run out and a wicket to Leahy. Maiden over. 33 done. It's 128 for 7. Michael Lloyd into the attack. He's also bowled well, picked up 3 wickets. It's been very hard to get away. Mixing it up nicely. First delivery was outside the off stump, a touch shorter, and then he bowls one very slow and up to the bat, straight. So he's not allowing Farooq to settle down against one particular line and length. Very important when you don't have enough pace, that you got to just mix things up. But you can only do that when you have good control. And seems to be having good control is Lloyd. That's why he's been very successful in this bowling stint. Dabbed it away nicely and will get a boundary and help himself to another half century, yet another half century, 8th for Farooq. It's been unbelievable form of his that we have witnessed in this inaugural over 40s Cricket Global Cup 2023. There have been every shots played off his bat. We've seen some cuts, drives, dabs down to third. And he's been very watchful when it needed to be. So it's been one class act performance by Farooq. Really class personified effort of his. 34 overs bowled. It's 133 for 7 USA. Well, they were going well after the first couple of wickets, 3 wickets in fact, and then a partnership between Adnan Malik and the captain. And after that partnership, there is a mini collapse, which has really made USA to rethink about their strategy to go about this innings. Stephen Leahy. Straight. He's bowling straight at times. He's been outside the off stump mostly. He's bowled all over the place, I would say. A couple of wides as well. But he's got a wicket. Punch down the ground for a single. The strike will be with the left-hander Ajay Sharma. We'll have to do a lot when we'll be coming to bowl will be Ajay Sharma. And whatever total they will achieve from now on, USA, I presume they will definitely give a fight. They will definitely put up some fight outside the off stump. There was a width on offer. Can't get it past cover. We've seen in the last game yesterday when they played West Indies in the semi-final. 146 runs they scored. And at the end of the first innings, it was looking like that it was comparatively an easy target for the West Indies. But they really made life tough for the windy batters when they came out to bowl the USA players. So it's quite evident that they're going to put up some fight. Whatever target they're going to achieve, it's going to be a game in our hands. I get the feeling. Leaves that safely alone. Was not entrusted to go for the drive on that line. Still wants to take his time, which is very good for USA's perspective. They got to make sure actually, because they were bowled out inside 40 overs yesterday. Today I think they have to learn the lesson and don't commit same mistake. Need to bat through their quota of 45 overs. That should be the theory. That should be the task. 35 overs done, 10 to play, and they're 136 for 7. They've lost 3 quick wickets. There was a mini collapse happening to their innings. But still, I presume that they are in relatively good position as compared to the last game, to the semi-final, which they lost to West Indies yesterday. So if they get somewhere around 170, 180, I get the feeling that we've got a game in our hands. They'll definitely test the temperament of the Aussie batters. They'll test their skills. And on the other hand, as we all know that the Aussies, being so much professional, thoroughly professional, will try to get to that target in their typical way. So it's going to be a very competitive game, I get the feeling from now on. But the first thing is that USA will have to make sure that they bat through their 45 overs. This should be the first priority from their best batting perspective. Oh, there was a width, and he's too good a player to miss out on that. Is Farooq is batting on 54. I'm sure he's seeing the ball like football, as we always say. It's a cricket ball anyways, but still, the kind of sighter, the clear sighter you have in your mind and in your eyes is a better when you spend that much time in the middle and you start milling the ball perfectly. It really gives an indication that the ball seems to be becoming as bigger in your eyes as a football is. So it's a terminology used by most of the people in cricketing fraternity. Simon Milton has been good behind the stumps generally. Worked away nicely off the pads. Should be a couple at least, if not more. Just stops it inside the boundary, does the fielder. So it's very important for somebody like Ajay Sharma to just hang in there, knock the ball around if he can, keep changing the strike, rotating the strike if possible, or even if he gets himself bobbed down at one end, it's not going to be that bad, because on the other hand, it's very important that he has to make sure that Farooq stays and he doesn't see his partners getting out on the second, on the other end. There will be another dot ball to finish that over from Lurd. 141 for 7 after 36. Looking to pick up wickets is the Aussie captain Poley rather, and he has brought Dixon into the attack once again. Shorter one, he starts off his second spell, and welcome to the bowling crease once again, says the skipper of USA. Have a look at that again. It didn't seem to be that short, but he's batting on 50 odd and he's seeing the ball like football. It's kind of an easy picking for a batsman of Farooq's caliber. Oh, good comeback. Very good comeback. That was worth a shout. Umpire doesn't agree with the bowler, but would love to see in the replay. That looked pretty close. Driven nicely through the covers, but it will be cut it off easily. straight to the fielder. Well, that last leg before shout ball before seemed to be a little bit of bat involved in that. Maybe a little inside edge. That probably would have saved Farooq on that occasion. Otherwise, it was pretty close case. Not really interested in going after that one. Ajay Sharma. This is the exactly score which they got yesterday against West Indies. Today in a better position as compared to yesterday. And still I get the feeling that they're on course to get closer to 180. Somewhere around 180, which will be a challenging total. There will be a dot ball to complete that over from Dixon. 146 for 7 after 37. That was the USA flag waving because there is a lot of breeze blowing across the ground. So Steve Paulson has been given the ball now. Replacing Michael Laird from the far end. It'll be interesting to see that how left-hander will play against the leg spinner Paulson. He'll be literally spinning the ball into the left-hander. Should be an easy job for him to play against the leg spinner as compared to play against the off spinner, which relatively takes the ball away from the left-hander. They have a couple of fielders behind the keeper that could have been close case. Did well to stop his partner on that occasion, Ajay, because there was no run. They have a short third and a gully inside the circle. Those fielders behind the keeper on the offside. Shorter one, and he's prepared to take it on. Nicely put away. It's Ajay Sharma for you. He has shown some promise, as I keep on talking through yesterday. And he's showing some skills today as well with the bat. It was short. And defense. So definitely showing some class, some skill with the bat is Sharma. Having said class and skill, mind you, he's coming at number 9, virtually a tail-ender. And he goes for a slog sweep this time. Earns him another boundary. Wow. 150 is raised for US. Sharma. Actually, there was no need to attempt that sort of switch hit or a reverse flick, whatever you call it, because he was going very well, so well. Hit Paulson for a couple of boundaries in the last over, but tried to be a little too smart. Lost his wicket, did Sharma. It's been only the captain who's been the lone warrior. Wickets have been shared so far between the Aussie bowlers. McDonald picking 2, Lurd taking 3, and a wicket apiece for Paulson. Nicely bowled. Khan is the new batter at number 10. Oh, he goes for the drive, helps himself for a couple of runs. Nearly got a 4 there. Fielder did well to get around that ball. Mostly we see tailenders love to go for the slogging when you pitch the ball up to them. Shorter one, nicely played, but straight to the fielder. So, end of that over. It's 40 overs done. 162 for 8. 5 overs to play for USA. Michael Durbridge is replacing Dixon now from the pavilion end. And will be bowling to the captain Farah, who is currently 65 not out of just 70 deliveries. There you go. Very good looking stroke through the offside. And that will bring Khan on strike now. Happy to just change the strike and expose somebody like Khan On strike is the captain Farooq. I was getting the feeling with just 4 overs to play after this one might have just brought about some sort of change in the approach of somebody like Farooq with these tail-enders. He wants to bat through, that is quite evident. But on the other hand, maybe we'll try to get a few boundaries, take his chances, as they've got only a couple of wickets left now. Slashed hard, very hard indeed. Beats third fielder at the boundary. He's been very severe through that. Lengths, Michael Durbridge against Farooq in particular. It'll be interesting to see what will be his strategy on this last ball. Will he be happy to change the strike and keep strike for the next over, or will he go big? He tries to go big, but fails to connect. And you miss, I hit, says Michael Durbridge. It's been a very good innings, but Durbridge has the last laugh. Finish this innings on a high note, looking to maximize the remaining deliveries of this innings. It was very close, but he did well to get bat on that one. He knows if he didn't get a bat to that, he was a goner. That brings a wry smile on the face of Paulson and Akon too. Works that away nicely off the stumps. Almost played it off the stumps. It was very straight. Will keep strike for the next over. 171 for 9 after 42. The Aussie skipper hasn't used too many options in his bowling. He has just stuck to the basics. He goes down the ground, goes big, but can't clear long on. Good bit of celebrations by Stephen Leahy after taking that catch. So Dixon takes the last wicket, and USA once again bowled out before playing their allotted 45 overs. 171 runs they scored. Will be a target of 172 for Australia to chase down when they come to bat. Last wicket fell in that fashion. Good bit of celebration, a little emotional. Stephen Leahy, because it was a good catch, and he will be a relieved man as well because he went for a few runs when he was bowling, was Stephen Leahy. There you see the batting card for USA. A struggle throughout this innings. Good bit of opening partnership. Both of the batters got the starts but couldn't convert them to something substantial. Adnan Malik looked good, built a very good partnership with the skipper, but then he too lost a little bit of concentration, and then not a lot to describe. Of this tournament, unbelievable form he's having, and he's enjoyed himself batting today as well. So the news is, after the first innings, USA have been bowled out for 171. As we see the bowling card of the Australian, Mark Lode with 3 wickets to his name, and wickets shared between the Aussie bowlers. Dixon 1, Michael Durbridge, Steve Paulson, Steve Leahy, wicket apiece for them. Couple of wickets for McDonald, and they all have been economical. Less than 6 runs per over economies for every Aussie bowler. It's been a good teamwork and good team performance by them, I would say. Good to see wickets in the column for every bowler. So after the first innings break, it will be lunch as well. So we'll come back to you with the run chase. Stay tuned to SportsEye. So, good afternoon and hello to our viewers across the globe, wherever you are. So, it's going to be a start to the run chase by the Aussies. 171 runs managed by USA in the first innings. Batters from Australia are there in the center. Slip in place and a gully. Here we go. Good start to the run chase. Rod Shelders and Mackay are the opening batters for the Aussies. And Durai is opening the bowling for USA. Nicely worked in the gap. Aussies are on their way. Will be very interesting to see what approach they will have, both of these opening batters from the Aussies. We can expect them to be very explosive, very aggressive at the top of the order. Look at that. Temptation was there and taking the ball across the left-hander with the angle. Good bowling by Durai. Oh, got him squared up. That's good bowling. Changing his line, targeting the body of the batter. It'll be interesting to see if there will be any sort of movement up front earlier on. We haven't seen any in this over so far. It's a nice clip of the pads by the left-hander to get himself off the mark. When you bowl too straight without much of a movement of the surface, it becomes very easy for the batters to pick you away for runs. So we'll have to be very careful about his line. Durai. Leaves that safely alone. And that is the end of the first over. 3 without loss of wicket, Australia. Interesting choice here from Farooq, USA skipper. Rudy has been brought into the attack. He's the one from Barbados representing USA in this over 40s Cup. Missed his opportunity with the bat. But he needs to prove a point. Not that way though. Pre-loose. Looseness to start the proceedings for Rudy. Seems to be struggling with whatever he's. Loose was very memorable. Hit few sixes and a boundaries. And this time it was pitched up and it's been driven pretty hard and finally trickles to the fence. It was on the up, inside out drive, doesn't catch it in the middle of the bat, but has enough power behind the shot to get it across the fence for 4. So it's a very positive start for the Aussies. And again, this time he's caught out the middle of the bat and it's gone all the way for the maximum. So boundaries leaking here from the USA. Look at that, width on offer, nothing delivery in the end. And it's gone all the way for the maximum. And he goes again, this time on the onside. Will be another boundary. It's Aussies Carnival here in Karachi. Seems to have enjoying the batting, both of these openers. And we already have got some serious entertainment, I would say, with the start of this run chase. We're only into the second over. And the 4 deliveries that Rudy has bowled so far, he's conceded 3 boundaries and a 6. Look at that. 4, 4, 6, 4. Can't ask for a better start if you're an Aussie fan. Down the leg side, we'll have to re-bowl that. He's been off colour, really, Rudy. Hasn't been able to make an impact into this game. As I mentioned before when he came to bowling, that he's got a good golden duck when he was batting. And it's not his day at the moment. Nicely punched off the back foot by Rod Shelders to get him off strike. Will be Mackay on strike now. First time in this over, Rudy gets a chance to bowl to a left-hander. Let's see how he goes. Leaves that safely alone. A dot ball to finish that over. A very productive over for the Aussies. 20 runs in that over. It's 23 without loss of wicket after 2 overs. What entertainment in that last over. Durai will be operating with the slip in place. And Rod Shelder really has taken Rudy to the cleaners in that last over. 20 runs in that last over. Short of one, and for a player of his caliber, you're asking for punishment. Poor line, poor length, and pays the price, does Durai. It's becoming very easy now with the passage of time for the Aussies. Asking for punishment. Poor line, poor length, and pays the price, does Durai. Inside edge, everything is going Aussies' way at the moment. Fortuitous boundary, but they all count at the end of the day. One thing is for sure, that Rod Shelders is not going to hold himself back. As I've been joined by Michael Durbridge, my favorite commentator. What a time to step to the comm box.
Good afternoon, Falak. It's a fantastic time to step to the comm box if you're an Australian. Martin Radshoulders, he's got Australia off to a bit of a flyer here and really looking to break the back of this run chase.
And he's looked pretty positive in his approach as Rod Shelders. He's middled the ball nicely. He's been provided with some loose bowling as well in that over especially, which was bowled by Rudy. But other than that, he's really looked pretty compact, pretty solid in stroke making, and he's got success to great extent up till now. Good bit of comeback after being hit for 4 by Durai. Couple of boundaries to start this over. The Aussies are off to a flyer. Is this the part of the plan, that just go out there and take the attack to this bowling attack?
Yeah, Marty Radshoulders, he's been a really positive batsman all the way through his career. Very strong man, has always spent a lot of time in the gym, and he's been doing this in Brisbane grade cricket now for 20 odd years or more, as we see a shout for LBW there, which has been turned down by the umpire. So yeah, Martin still focuses heavily on his fitness, still plays some really good grade cricket in Brisbane. If there's anyone listening from Toombul Cricket Club on the north side of Brisbane, I'll throw a shout out there to Toombul Cricket Club, home of Chris Lynn and a number of other really good Queensland and international cricketers have been products of Toombul Cricket Club. So for those listening from Toombul, it's a welcome from Michael Durbridge all the way over here in Karachi in Pakistan.
You're talking about Chris Lynn. Here's a bit of a Lynn in that stroke. My God, he could have hit the long ball. Really, he was a great striker at the cricket ball. I wonder why he didn't play that much for Australia, but he was absolutely their go-to player, especially in the Big Bash. My God.
There for like that's a really strong cricket shot there from Martin Radshoulders. And Australia off to a good start here in our run chase, targeting 172 for victory, which would see Australia finish third in this tournament, which will be a nice way for us to finish off the tournament on the basis we can knock off the balance of the runs that are outstanding here. And while I'm here in the commentary box, I'd like to ask you a few questions, Falak, if that's all right. So I'd really like to get your thoughts on the media presence here at this Over 40s Global Cup, what it's been like, your experience as a commentator, and the future that you see for commentary and commentary careers, media careers, for all of you good Pakistanis.
Yeah, it's been pretty awesome. It's kind of an opportunity, as we've been talking through, for the players. Same is the opportunity for the commentators like us, myself and my colleagues in Rana Ishfaq, K. Asif, doing their job at a brilliant level, I would say. It's a very good level of commentary, and the coverage, the production has been just awesome. and everything has been taken to a positivity, I would say. And we do sense that there is a lot which will be coming in the future when it comes to cricket commentary. The future seems to be bright.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was lucky enough to spend some time with KSF a few nights ago in the commentary box, and we had a huge amount of fun together. And he was talking about the future and the opportunities that commentary and this tournament presents to commentators and media personalities alike. So perhaps just one of the many benefits that is going to come from this global tournament being hosted here in Karachi.
Yeah, you're right. And actually, I agree with the point which KSF made. We had to struggle a lot to get to this point, but now this type of event is definitely going to yield fruit for the commentators. There's no question about that. It's very good in a way, and we got an opportunity to express ourselves across the globe, because I'm sure it will be worldwide watched, this tournament, and the viewership is just increasing by every day, which is always a plus point to have. This coverage streaming live on YouTube is just beneficial for the commentary and the production, each and everything, which is playing a huge part in the success of this tournament so far, I would say. Actually, we have just gone through this tournament, I would say, because only one day to go. Tomorrow we will see the Windies will play Pakistan in the final, and that will be the end of the tournament. We'd love to ask you that this journey must have been memorable for you guys as well, up till this point.
Yeah, as Australians, we'll take nothing but really fond memories from our time here in Karachi in Pakistan. From the moment that we got off the plane, we've just been made to feel so incredibly welcome. The warmth of the Pakistani people towards us as visitors in your country has been an absolute delight. I think cricket is the reason that has brought us all here and brought us together. But the most enduring memories I'll take from my time in Pakistan will be the people that I've met, the conversations that I've been able to have with cricketers from all over the globe as we see A. Khan come into bowl, and that's been worked to the onside there by Craig McKay, and a misfield has seen Craig McKay just get home there at the non-striker's end. A direct hit. I think he might have been in a bit of trouble there, Craig. So yes, everyone that we've dealt with here in Karachi, it's been a huge amount of fun for us, and the most enduring memories are going to be the people that we've been able to meet. Yourself, Falak, KSF, so many great people that we've met here in our journey in Pakistan. As Raj Shaldus goes big down towards long on, there's a fielder out there, and they'll just get through for a single. And can I ask you, Falak, the number of people that have been mobilised to bring this coverage of the Global Cup around the world? I'm looking now, I can see cameramen, I can see technicians. There must be a cast of dozens upon dozens of people required to bring this production to air. Could you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, you're quite right. There are quite a few, about 40 to 50. I can't figure out exactly, but in between 40 to 50 are the people we have for all this production. And we have different teams for different grounds, and we have different commentators for different grounds. So it's been all awesome. The teamwork has been just phenomenal. Everything has been done with professional manners, and the mistakes have been tried to minimize, which is the plus point of this production and the coverage which is being made over here. So I've been personally enjoying everything, and we can take only positives as we keep on talking through these things. And still, the capacity of the correction is always there. So the correction will be definitely made in the future, but the mistakes are minimum, that is for sure.
Yeah, congratulations to you and the wider media team for the professionalism with which you've brought this coverage forward. Something that stands out to me is I'm here speaking my natural tongue. I can only speak English. I know 4 words in about 3 different languages, and that is it.
Been very tough.
And for yourselves, perhaps English as a second language, the challenges you must face of one having to commentate English as a second language. You'll have names that you've never heard of before that you then have to deal with the pronunciation of, and I would expect that you probably wouldn't know a great deal about the players before they arrive as well. You've really got to try to work out on the fly who all of the players are and how it is that they go about their cricket. Now, that's a huge undertaking by anyone's measure, so I'll certainly congratulate you with that. And can I ask you, once this tournament wraps up, what's next for yourself? Where do you move to from here?
Well, we are going to move to our hometowns. I'll be flying to Laya, which is my hometown in southern Punjab. And Kiasif is going to fly to Lahore, I reckon. He has an assignment for the upcoming domestic tournament, which is named as Qaid-e-Azam Trophy. And he has about 4 matches to cover. And afterwards, the big World Cup, which is, just have started, I would say. And in the World Cup, we'll be busy doing commentaries for a few radios and a few stations. Let's hope for the best, what it's going to be. But at the moment, I have to fly to my home.
Must be nice to get home. You would have been on the road now for quite some time. 15 days away, and I think in talking to KSF, he'd been away from home for quite some time as well. So I'm sure it'll be a well-earned rest for you to get back and spend some time in your home before you move on to those new assignments. And to give the viewers a perspective of the cricket that you've seen while you've been commentating during this Global Cup, what are the observations that you make about the style of cricket, the way that it's been played, the things that you like, the things that you see in over 40s that might be different than you see in professional and the younger, more athletic guys that are out there?
Well, there's not a lot of difference, but the things which we have noticed, I personally have observed, especially from an Aussie perspective, it's been amazing how you've maintained your fitness level. I've seen you guys when batting in the middle, getting quick runs, and the urgency in the field that has been shown has been just incredible. We cannot even assume with over 40s that kind of urgency and the athleticism when your reflexes don't work the same way as compared to when they work in your age, somewhere in the teenage or in the early 20s, early 30s even. As we see this time, the left-hander is gone, he perishes. He was trying to hit a ball away from the off stump, and he's been caught at gully, I get the feeling. He's caught at gully. So the first wicket goes down for the Aussies as they are 40 for 1. It's been a good bit of start, but now they've lost the left-hander.
Yeah, good opening partnership there. Craig McKay really looking to anchor the innings while Rad Shalders was going hard at the top there. The shot was on. He's just got it a little high on the bat and squirted it to that gully or backward point position. So Australia's first wicket has fallen now, and that will bring to the crease Steve Paulson. Steve Paulson, known as Harry, he's a product of Western Suburbs District Cricket Club in Brisbane. A shout out there for everyone at West that might be watching the viewing today. And Stephen has a couple of young children, Grace and Ollie. Ollie is off to the rep trials for the Northern Districts of Brisbane pretty much as soon as Steve gets home. I think he's got to get Ollie off to his trials. So if Ollie's listening there with his grandfather Nev, welcome to you both, and a shout out from Karachi. Good luck with your trials over there, Ollie. And for those who might not be familiar with Steve, he played a bit for the Queensland Bulls and Brisbane Heat in his younger days, and he's been an extremely prolific run scorer in Brisbane grade. Yeah, he played some Big Bash back in Big Bash 1. He got some games there for the Brisbane Heat. Quality leg spinner, great in the field, effected a fantastic run out today. Threw down the stumps from backward point, hit one stump at a moment that really provided some catalyst for Australia to take some quick wickets. Quality batsman, so if he gets going here, you'll see some lovely cover drives, works the ball well into gaps, runs well between wickets. He really is the all-round package, Steve Paulson.
Yeah, he's a compact player, equally effective to either sides of the wicket. Very good onside player as well. And especially when the ball is pitched up to his bat, he drives it very firmly and very elegantly as well. Coming back to your question again, the observation that I've made throughout this tournament as a commentator, the things which I've noticed, especially if you talk about a team like USA, they have really performed brilliantly. One would say that they don't have sort of names, sort of stars in the side, which are highly recognized across the globe, but still, most of the players are accustomed to the conditions as their Pakistani origin or Indian origin. They belong to this territory. As we see, that one really almost got a wicket for himself there. Rod Shelders was in no man's land playing to that delivery. Look at that. That's a good delivery. They have some serious spinners in the side, have USA. So it's going to be a match, I get the feeling. We've got a very good match in our hands. And if you talk about the rest of the teams, I've seen some great competitions in this tournament, which is always good to have in any tournament, you know, for the viewership of a tournament, for the intensity of the level of cricket at any stage, at any level. It's pretty important that you have competitive games. The contest between bat and ball, what we have seen in this tournament has been pretty obvious in most games. There have been just quite a few games which have been one-sided games. Other than that, the contest between bat and ball has been just phenomenal. And this is the thing which is really going to bring some inspiration to the viewers in the future as well. And we've got a future for this over 40s cricket, as we see a tournament has been announced next year as well, which will be at T20 level, would be shorter version, but it will be more entertaining and more funny, I get the feeling. So it's been pretty awesome to be a part of this wonderful event of cricket. It's kind of a learning curve for me as well as a commentator, because just about coming to this field, but it's been enjoyable, really, to say the least.
Yeah, that's great to hear as we see Khan come into bowl. Good little period here for the USA, the last 2.5 overs. Khan, he's bowled 1.4 overs now, none for 5. 1 run, 1 wicket off the last over from the USA. So after Australia got off to a bit of a flyer, USA have just reined things in here in the last couple of overs. There's been some good spin bowling that we've seen. Yeah, an observation I've made, and I've probably seen it over the last 6 to 12 months, is just how the Masters and overaged product of cricket, if we could talk about different age categories as products, are really growing. It's a growth marketplace, and I think it provides opportunity for a lot of people to get back into cricket that might have given it away in their 20s or 30s, and to have competitions such as this as a carrot for people to really get back into the game, to get fit, to chase and aspire to, even at our more mature years as cricketers, is really something worth striving for. Nicely bowled there by Khan. As we're getting to the end of that over, so just 2 singles off that over. Khan, 2 overs, no wickets for 6. So my observations in Australia is that there's been a really strong growth in overage cricket or Masters cricket. From a club level, I see it as an offering where a lot of junior players will get into cricket, and then what the clubs are able to, of those junior cricketers, they're then able to be offered over 40s cricket as an alternative to Saturday afternoon cricket or more competitive club-based cricket, which from a club perspective I find fantastic, because it really starts to bind the family to the club, because the parents get involved, the children are involved, and from a club perspective, I find that a really strong thing. Do you have similar observations here, Falak, in Pakistan with the growth of this market?
Absolutely. Might be quite higher than the Aussies, because people do love cricket here. It's not a game here. It's sort of a religion, to be honest, if I rightly say. People do love cricket, and they're just mad. They're crazy for this game. You could see the amount of spectators we have, especially in the games against India at the international circuit. The hype which is just created in the tournaments, the worldwide tournaments, the ICC events, and the matches against India, and especially at this level, even if we talk about, it's for the first time ever this over 40s Global Cup has been organized in Pakistan. But even if you talk about the domestic circuit, and if you talk about the first class level, you talk about the List A level, you talk about the franchise cricket like PSL, Pakistan Super League, there is a lot of intensity, in the crowd. People really love this game a lot. And they just want this cricket happening all the time. No matter what age group you are from or what level of cricket you're playing, they need cricket. Even you will see in the streets, the people will be playing of every age. Forget about the age. There is no boundaries for the age to play cricket here in Pakistan.
Yeah, we have seen that in our travels around Karachi, that if there's a spare piece of ground, there's going to be a bat and a ball out there, and people are going to be enjoying the game of cricket. Can I ask you, we were at the National Stadium yesterday when we were playing against Pakistan, who quite convincingly defeated Australia. Now, we were marvelling at the acoustics of the ground, and that's well bowled again there by Aisham. A bit of extra bounce as that's pushed out to cover fielder. So about halfway through the game, there must have been, let's say, 60 to 70 school children that came in as spectators, and they were just in one part of the enclosure. Now, as we were looking around the ground and the way the ball sounded off the bat, could you give myself and the viewers a perspective of what it's like when that ground is filled to capacity with spectators and they're going absolutely bananas for the game of cricket? Can you just give me an impression of what that's like to be part of?
It's emotional. It's thoroughly emotional. If you have a match happening on the PSL in Karachi, National Stadium, Karachi, and we see the full house and the crowd buzzing and chirping and just, chanting for their favorite teams, it can be just imagined, I would say. The feelings which are not to be described. I wish I would have had words to describe the feelings. It's kind of emotions which go through the minds and the hearts of the people here in Pakistan. It's just the amount of love that we people have for cricket is just not to be overlooked, I would say. Nicely played.
Yeah, 1 for 56. And can I ask, Falak, that cricket experience, the love for cricket and the energy that the Pakistani people have for cricket, that's a national thing, is it? You could go to anywhere in Pakistan and you'll see the same level of enthusiasm and enjoyment and love for the game of cricket?
Well, everywhere. You could step to the rural areas of Pakistan. You'll find cricket everywhere. It's in our blood, I should say, because people are very passionate about this game and they love it the most. It's the most favorite game played in the country. And that's it. Simple is the answer. Actually, the words are too short to describe this thing because you will find it everywhere and there are no questions whatsoever if you talk about the love and the passion and the enthusiasm of the people of Pakistan, which they have for this game of cricket. They're just crazy about it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And in Australia, there's a lot of other sports now that the juniors are getting into. There are a lot of options in Australia for our young kids to play a variety of different sports. Are there any other sports in Pakistan that are kind of challenging cricket, or a nicely bowled there from A. Sharma as that's been worked into the offside, no run to the score. Are there other sports coming along that are trying to challenge cricket as the premier sport in in Pakistan?
Not so, not challenging cricket, but there are quite a few sports which are played and liked to certain areas of Pakistan. We have football in quite a few areas of Pakistan. Unfortunately, we have our hockey, that is our national game, but if we talk about hockey a couple and a half decades ago, Pakistan used to have some greats, some Olympians from the hockey, have a very rich history, but nowadays it seems to be just not watched anywhere, which is very unfortunate in a way as well. But to certain parts of Pakistan, volleyball is also being played, and there is a traditional game of the Punjab, which is a province, one of the provinces here in Pakistan, where a traditional game, kabaddi, that is called kabaddi, that is played a bit similar to the wrestling. Yeah. And Pakistan do have a very good national side of kabaddi. And they have some good snooker players as well. We have a couple of gold medalists when it comes to snooker. We have had a very good history in squash. We had champions likes of John Sher Khan in squash. But not to be any game which is going to challenge cricket at the moment. Cricket is just leading the table.
That is great to hear. We were lucky enough to join the High Commissioner of Australia at a girls' cricket tournament, or the finals of a girls' cricket tournament, just not long after we arrived here in Karachi. And the High Commissioner of Australia had sponsored a program for girls from disadvantaged schools that had introduced the girls to cricket, and we were lucky enough to be there as they were playing their final games. Neil Hawkins, yeah, that's right, yeah, the High Commissioner of Australia. Oh, did you now? So for luck, he met Neil Hawkins, if you're listening. Diane Hawkins, yes, yeah, really lovely lady, Diane, and it was great to have a chat with Diane and Neil, and to see these young girls playing the game of cricket and the spark in their eyes, and we were able to have conversations with...
They sport cricket in Pakistan. Australian High Commission, they organised a tournament in Islamabad, and I was lucky to be part of that tournament as a commentator.
Is that right? Terrific. And it's
5 to 6 months.
5 to 6 months before there was a brilliant. It's really good to see the cricket.
PCB, Pakistan Cricket Board, in collaboration with them, they organised a tournament in Islamabad. Good to see them sporting cricket in Pakistan at the grassroots level.
Absolutely, and this was all school cricket in Islamabad. Great to see that cricket's being used as a tool and an education piece for young Pakistanis and providing them pathways. As we see S. Hamid coming into bowl now. Oh, well bowled. Looks like he slid that across. Steve Paulson, that's beaten everyone. That's beaten Steve Paulson. It's beaten the wicketkeeper. And that has gone all the way to the boundary for 4 byes. Handy runs there for Australia and unlucky there for the USA. That looked like perhaps the wrong one. Oh, yes. That's the googly. That's a terrific delivery. And unfortunately, it's 4 runs to Australia if you're a USA supporter. But it's a moral victory for the bowler for turning out a cracking googly on the 3rd delivery of his spell. Lots of spin being played here and bowled here in Karachi. As this ball's tucked nicely to deep forward square leg and another run to the Australians. Can I ask, the art of spin bowling, that's something that's developed really well here and matured really well here within Pakistan. Would that be a correct statement, Falak?
Yeah, you're right. Actually, the spin department belongs to Karachi. If we talk about the Pakistan spin bowling history, starting from Iqbal Qasim in the late 70s, he was a one from Karachi, and Jalaluddin, who is the mentor, the coach of Pakistan veterans over 40s, he belongs to Karachi as well. And believe me, he's got the first hat-trick in the ODIs in 1982, and that too against Australia. And if I'm not wrong, one of his victims was Jeff Lawson, a big name in Australian cricket. And it's kind of a territory, is Karachi in particular, which has produced very good spinners, the great spinners and good batters. It's the batters and the spinners territory, whereas if you talk about Punjab or in the northern areas of Pakistan, there have been fast bowlers coming up from those territories. Yes. Yep. Shoaib Akhtar, the Rawalpindi Express. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Wakar Yunus, he was from the Punjab, somewhere from Burewala.
Was he Akram? Where was he Akram?
From Lahore. Yep. But now he's settled in Karachi, is Wasim Akram, the great Wasim Akram.
And that over comes to conclusion. We're 10 overs into the game here as some drinks are getting run out onto the ground for both fielders and batters alike. I was a very young man, and Wasim Akram was in my original hometown of Bendigo in country Victoria, and Pakistan were touring Australia, and there's a tour game being played there. And I remember watching Wasim bowl, and Victoria, they were playing a tour game against Victoria, and Victoria had a really good batsman by the name of Brad Hodge. Played a few games for Australia in an era of exceptionally strong Australian teams. And it was amazing watching Wasim go through the gears. He was bowling to state-level cricketers from Victoria, and you can see him just getting through his action. And then Brad Hodge came out to bat. And he's just cranked it up by about another 10 kilometres and done everything he could to take Brad's head off. And you could just see this guy's absolute class, the way he could just go up through the gears and pick his mark where he really wanted to make a statement. As Pakistanis, and if Wasim's out there perhaps listening to this telecast here in Karachi, what do the names like Wasim Akram and Wakar Yunus, what do these sorts of names mean to Pakistanis when they think about cricket?
Well, it's the inspiration. They mean a lot, because I remember in the 90s, every kid want to have name like Wakar and Wasim, the famous W's from Pakistan. It was a very good dough, very destructive dough when they used to bowl in pairs. They were just very destructive, and especially to make the ball talk, the old ball was just incredible. The art of getting that reverse swing going was just something very special, which makes them unique from rest of the bowlers or rest of the world, I should say. And they were known as one of the very best and destructive doors even in the history of the game. Look what they have achieved across the globe. It's just phenomenal. The words, again, I say, are very short to describe them or sum up what they have achieved.
Yeah, when you think about great fast bowling partnerships, as A. Sharma here, he has 1 for 3 off 3.1 overs. As Australians, we'll think of Lilly and Thompson. Well, nicely driven there by Marty Radshoulders out through the cover region, and that will be cut off. And Steve Paulson gets back for 2 runs there. So as Australians, we might think of Tomo and Lilly. We'll talk about Brett Lee, McGrath, or McGrath-Gillespie combinations in more recent times. We've seen Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood and these sorts of guys. Damien Fleming, yeah, great swing bowler from Victoria, known as the bowlologist, as he colloquially refers to himself. But that combination of Wakar and Wazim, that's going down in history as one of the all-time great fast bowling combinations.
No question about that. There have been quite a few trios, duos, and the battery of fast bowling when you talk about, but they too will be definitely remembered as one of the greatest of all time. And even after that, Pakistan did have the luxury of somebody like Muhammad Amir and Muhammad Asif, who used to make the ball talk a lot. Even with the pace of 130s, he was in the early 30s, but still he was able to have even the best in the business on the back foot. And we saw him bowling to some of the greats of that time, of that era, likes of Sangakaras, A.B. de Villiers, likes of Kevin Petersons, Virendra Sehwags, Sachin Tendulkars, V.V.S. Lakshmans. I saw all of them struggling against Muhammad Asif, which was just amazing. And that was his control and his swing. From one particular spot, he could swing the ball both ways, which was just incredible, and without changing too much in his action. So it was very hard to pick him. And I guess he bowled the ball of the century as well. If I'm not wrong, correct me you. Maybe one would say that Shane Warne bowled ball of the century, and there was a ball which turned a mile from Muhammad Asif as well, which got lax.
And because of that, they were able to really work the ball well with their wrist action as fast bowlers. As we see S. Hamid here commencing his second over, 2 runs off his first. There's some good leg spinners getting around in this tournament. We've seen some really good finger spin, but some fantastic leg spin. Mahendra Nagamutu from the West Indies, former international cricketer. He's been out here showing his class. Oh, and that's nearly worked through there from the USA, but Marty Radshelder's good enough to work that down to deep fine leg. And with that shot, Martin Radshelders, he's brought up his 50 off 37 deliveries. That's Marty's first 50 in the season proper, or the tournament proper. So well played there to Marty. Now, I'm just about to finish up here in the commentary box, so I'm going to take my final opportunity to shout out a few thank yous, if that's all right. Tim Bott from our team, he's asked me to thank his wife, Catherine, if she's out there listening. To my wife, Natalie, children Blair and Aidan, they've been following the coverage all the way from Australia. My family, Alan and Jan Durbridge, my sister Kate, and my niece and nephew, Flynn and Eden, they've all been tuning in from overseas to follow the coverage here in Karachi. And finally, oh, that's a lovely shot there from Steve Paulson as he crunches that through extra cover, and that's out to the boundary for 4. So as I move on from commentary for Lack, I'd like to say thank you for having me up here. It's been an absolute pleasure and delight, and I certainly wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament and your coverage here in Karachi. And finally, oh, that's a lovely shot there from Steve Paulson as he crunches that through extra cover.
All right, changing the voices is I've been joined by Simon now, Simon Milton, who's doing a very good job behind the stumps. It seems to be a very good going for the Aussies at the moment. Very good partnership and left-hand, right-hand combination still there, even with the departure of the first wicket.
Yes, cheers, FS. It's great to be back here with you again. Marty Radshoulders and Steve Paulson just playing smart cricket. What do they need now? 101 runs, maybe 100 with 26, 28 overs to go. So, you know, they'll just do what they do as the ball comes. They'll play the shots needed and hopefully they'll be there right at the end. But it's before I go much further, I do have to do a couple of shout-outs to my wife Denise and to my kids Maeve, Georgia and Austin. Hello. We'll be seeing you in a couple of days. To mum and dad, my mum and in where she lived, Roadvale in Queensland, and my dad and stepmum in Serpentine in WA. The Clark family in Dublin and the Tuckers in South Africa. Just told you I'd say g'day if I get a chance, so g'day.
All right, thrashed away through the covers. And there is a protection, a deep extra cover. So Simon, I would love to ask you a question that your experience, we've been talking through this tournament and asking these questions time and again to almost everybody, but we'd love to know your thoughts as well. How has been your journey coming to Pakistan and being a part of this inaugural Over 40s Cricket Global Cup?
Well, personally, I was crook for the first couple of days, and you know that didn't help. And then as Steve Paulson just punches that through the covers off the back foot for 4. Yeah, personally, like I said, I think I only lasted 8 overs in the first trial match against Canada, and I was then played the game against Canada again in the tournament proper, which was a washout. So the first time I actually really had a go at the gloves was against Pakistan at the National Stadium, and yeah, to say I was disappointed with how I performed that day is an understatement. Yeah, another good single here to Steve Paulson. And, you know, if you're going to have a bad day behind the stumps, why not do it when there's 123,000 people watching? So, yeah, but, you know, my personally against Hong Kong here the other day was getting better. And then we played Nepal on the day-night game. I was happy with that. And today I've been pretty happy with how it's gone. So whether it was a bit slow going because of illness or just other things going on, I don't know. But today I was pretty happy with how I went.
Yeah, it was good for your personal cause as well to feel well and do well, especially in the middle. And at the moment, we see that the Aussies are just ready for today's challenge, and they're just looking to finish on a high, which every team wants at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, obviously yesterday, well, let's forget about yesterday. This is a game we've got to worry about. You know, our opportunity to make the final, obviously we lost that opportunity yesterday, but earlier in the tournament we didn't play well against USA. We didn't play that well against West Indies either. There are a couple of games that when coming in we go, right, oh, well, if we win that, and if we happen to knock Pakistan off, then we'll finish either 1 or 2. Obviously, we lost those 2 games. We won all the other games, which we, expected to win. The washout against Canada had us a bit on our toes, but you know, once we did the maths and thought, right, all we've got to do is win these next 2 games and we'll go through. That's what we set ourselves to do. And then Pakistan in the semi.
Well, I want to ask you, Simon, that how much satisfaction it's been from your side that what you have achieved in this tournament. Was it the higher expectation and you have achieved to your goals, or what it was going through your mind coming to this tournament? Are you satisfied? This is what my question is.
As a team, probably not. You know, we came here to win it. We knew Pakistan would have a a chock full team, and they do. But we don't go into anything looking to come second. Losing the game yesterday, we wanted to be at the National Stadium tomorrow playing in the final. Didn't work out that way. So if you can't play in the final, well, third's not a bad result. It's not what we wanted, but look, it'll be a hell of a lot better than fourth.
Yeah, that's right. At the moment, they are well on course to chase this target, but you never know in cricket, and you cannot predict as well so early. Still a long way to go, in my opinion, and we know that USA have some very good spinners in the side, and things might change as this innings progresses, but at the moment it's looking pretty good, and it's sounding pretty good from the comm box as well. If you are an Aussie spectator or Aussie cricket fan. Tossed up and nicely hit through the covers. Very powerfully struck by Rod Shelders. He's been enjoying himself today, Rod Shelders. He's been very aggressive.
Yeah, well, I've played, it'll be close to 100 first grade games with Marty, and it's quite funny to sit here after I stopped playing first grade in 2008, and now we're on a global cup together. But this is no surprise to me. That's how he's always played. He just see ball, hit ball, and hits it bloody hard. So, he's doing a great job for us. He's had a lot of starts, and he's been very disappointed with himself. And today he's making the most of it, which is, that's what we want. He got a great start. He blew the cobwebs out early in the innings, and now he seems to be just settling down and waiting for that bad ball and putting it away.
Might have been cursing himself not to deliver in the semi-final, or is it okay? All's well if ends well.
He wasn't happy when he got out yesterday, but none of the Aussie boys were, and it's not often that an Australian team of any level loses that badly. So, tail between the legs last night. We got back to the hotel, quick meeting, have a chat, break the ice with a few jokes about stupid things the boys did on the field, and we had one bloke fall asleep watching the game. So he's still copping it. But that's the way it is. You can't go back. You can't replace. You can't go and fix the game. You can't turn back time. So that's just the way it's turned out. And today, we wake up, we've got an opportunity of finishing third. As I said, better than finishing fourth. So let's take that opportunity to get that third place.
Yeah, at least it's something to prove before finishing the tour. And again, I would love to ask you, Simon, that how important it is today's match. The tournament is off. We know that you cannot win the trophy even if you win today's match. Same is for the opposition as well. But would love to know from your side, from your thinking, that how important it is today's match.
Well, every time Australia takes the field, it's very important. We leading up to this tour, there was a 4-match tour of New Zealand in February or March earlier this year, and unfortunately the boys that went there didn't manage to get a win. From that team, or squad, sorry, there's one of those, Chris Dixon, who's in our squad. So when we beat Canada on the first day in the warm-up game, it was great to see how excited he was, because he played a few games for Australia, hadn't had a win. Now he had one, and we're wanting to go away from this with a positive net record. Yes, there's 9 games in the tournament, but we came here to play 11 games. We go away positive. It's important to veterans cricket in Australia. Unfortunately, the over 50s, sorry, we're the under 50s. The over 50s had a disappointing World Cup in Cape Town. But these things happen, and that's the thing of tournament cricket. I think they won as many as they lost in the end and ended up second last. Or fortunately, the under 50s over 50s, sorry, we're the under 50s. The over 50s had a disappointing World Cup in Cape Town. And play, you don't know what's going to happen. You know, we had washout. Luckily, it wasn't as crucial as it could have been. You know, when other games got on. So, you know, they skipped a couple of points ahead of us on a game we thought, well, we were pretty sure we'd win. So, but we're going along here now. It's 1 for 93. They've just taken, was it drinks, is it? Yep. So, I've lost the score now. The boys are taking a well-end break out there. There we go. Marty Radshelder's 59 not out of 42 balls, doing what he does. And Steve Poulsen just anchoring in there, 24 runs off 37. Currently the run rate's at 6.2. 15 overs gone, needing when 1 for 93, chasing 172.
As you see the bowling figures from the USA, nothing much to describe. Rudy has bowled only 1 over, went for 20. Was taken to the cleaners by Marty earlier on. And we will join you after the drinks break. Stay tuned to our live streaming. So then welcome back after the drinks break as we see Australia are cruising along quite nicely. Have to chase 172 in 45 overs. And they've got some good batters in the middle in Steve Poulsen and Marty. As you can expect, Martin, the aggressor of the two. From the word go, he was absolutely very devastating for the opposition. Destructive, to say the least. Good delivery, It's Rana who will start the proceedings after the drinks break.
Yeah, good to see Marty having a look there. First ball after drinks. And now he's had a look, and now he's pushed one out to the boundary. So well fielded out there. So just a single there to Rad Shelders. Steve Poulsen will go on strike now. I see, am I right in saying the USA captain Farouk hasn't been back on the field after batting? Do we have any word? Is he all right or? Yeah. Well, he batted very, very well against us, held their innings together brilliantly. That's thrown up there and just pushed back by Poulsen. Yeah, Farouk came out and really turned the game for USA. So 850s out of, 9 games. Not bad going. It was actually funny at dinner the other night. We were having a chat and we worked out, hang on a sec. As Poulsen pushes that one out to deep cover for a single. Yeah, we worked out that we both played cricket in Ireland at different times. He was an overseas player for Balbriggan in Leinster, and many years before that I was an overseas player for Railway Union in Leinster. So it was good to chat about familiar names and faces, the O'Brien family and whatnot from Railway Union. It was just good to have that connection. And then I was chatting with, is it Hassan Raza from the Pakistan team, and yeah, make his Test debut at 14 in '96, which is incredible. But yeah, he's also, we've got common friends over there in Ireland and whatnot. So it's those little things that have been brilliant about being here. We just go, oh, so and so, and yeah, blah blah blah, and oh, you're that bloke. Yeah, I heard about you or whatever. So, they're not always good stories, but they're fun. But the Canadian guys have been brilliant. I've made a very good mate with bloody, I've done that well. Faisal Molendino from the Canadian team. Major Sanjay from the Nepalese team. He's been great company as well. And that's you're coming from a different part of the world all together. If you stay in your bedroom and nothing, you won't meet anyone. You may as well be playing at home. That's why you get out and enjoy the dinners and catch up with people. I'll say this is our third game at NBP Stadium, and it's been a happy hunting ground so far. We've had that's unlucky. Hamid bowls that and Poulsen just cuts it behind point, but unfortunately misfielded and runs away for 4. But yeah, we've had that's unlucky. Hamid bowls that and Poulsen just cut. And then we played UAE here, and yeah, that was a very good performance by the boys that day. So when we found out it was MBP, we thought, okay, well, that feels like a bit of a home ground. We've had good results. That's, any advantage we'll take.
Well, having said that, you feel that you have a bit of a home ground in NBP. I would love to ask you this question: that what about the other other grounds rather? Oh, that was worth a shout. Turned down by the umpire, luckily for Steve Poulsen. That was very close case by the look of it. Love to see in the replay. Have a look at that again. There's a leg spinner. That looked pretty close. Yeah, it's worth a shout. Maybe the umpire thinks going over the top of the stumps, but who knows? Umpire knows better. So it's a good decision made at the end of the day, we'll say. So what about the other grounds, the experience in playing Moin Khan Academy and Southampton Club, Karachi Gymkhana? and the National Stadium, of course.
Yeah, sorry, Paulson's just swept that down to fine leg for another boundary, so beautifully played there.
Karachi Gymkhana and the National Stadium, of course.
Yeah, sorry, Paulson's just... We had a couple of games at Moen Khan. One was a washout and one was against Nepal. So, in all my years of playing cricket, they were the first 2 day-nighters I ever played in. I wasn't on the field under lights at all, but that's fine. We got 3 points out of a possible 4 in those games. But, as I said, we didn't get to play at Southend for whatever reasons. Gymkhana, we actually had our first hit. Now, that's the ground right next to the hotel, and we had our first hit net session at the Gymkhana ground, so that was good. We sort of felt like we knew that place. Unfortunately, when it came to the games, we lost to the USA and the West Indies there. But, it's literally over the fence from the hotel, so it's a nice, close ground. A lot of history at the ground, which is great. I love history, especially in cricketing history, so it was great to have a look at that. See, that's where the Pakistan team first beat an MCC team, I think in 1951 or something like that, or 54. So, those little bits of history for us coming from Australia, things we'd never really look into until they're in front of us. We're pretty isolated like that in our viewing. But, the National Stadium, there were probably about 60 school kids in there yesterday, and we got an idea of what it would be like as a full house. As Marty Radshoulders just pushes this to mid on for a single. The noise that these kids could make was amazing. They were from a local military school, all there in their uniforms. Probably I'd say anywhere from 7 up to 12-year-olds. Anytime anyone walked past, they got everyone cheered and whatnot. And as Paulson drives that beautifully through the covers for 4. Lovely shot again by Steve Paulson. So, as soon as anyone walked past, everyone cheered and whatnot. And as Paulson drives that beautifully through the covers for 4, how much of a culture cricket is in this country. It's, excuse me. And Steve Paulson now just goes straight down the ground for another boundary. That one was tossed up a lot more by Rana, and Steve decided to help himself to it. Yeah, the cricket in this country, in Australia, it's, excuse me. And Steve Paulson now just goes straight down the ground. As outsiders, we're looking in going, this is the way for some kids to get ahead. This is the way, all the business networking that goes on, all the political discussions and meetings that happen at cricket ground. It's sort of, cricket's an excuse to get together and work and do work and build relationships. And in Australia, it is a little bit, but no way to the extent of what it is here. It is the culture here.
Yeah, very good point you made. And you're rightly spotted, because cricket really circles in the blood of Pakistani people. And you were talking about the kids of that age. They start playing it in that age. And there are quite a few very promising, very, talented cricketers coming across at the young age. So we have different age groups of people who play cricket, who like cricket, who support cricket. And it's the only game that we have in our country, which is just amazing. And it's just growing up by the passage of time. It's not going to get down the spirit of the love of cricket, which the people of Pakistan have in themselves. As we see, Australia are 114 for 1 after 18. A couple of big drives we saw in the last over from Paulson. He too is coming into his own. He's been in a very good form throughout this tournament. We've seen a couple of very good half centuries from his bat. And when he middles the ball, it really sounds good, doesn't it?
Steve Paulson is the consummate professional. He the way he moves the field around with the bat is amazing to watch. I think it's lost on a lot of us actually, but a perfect example earlier. There was he played this what we thought was a mad slog sweep, and nearly got bowled, and everyone in the change room went, "Oh hell, what's going on here? What you doing, Harry?" And then we looked, and he was the only person I think in the whole stadium who knew that there were 4 men outside the circle when there should only be 3. So then got the free hit no ball next. His attention to details brilliant. As Marty Radshills just pushes that through mid wicket. Person I think in the whole stadium who knew that there were 4 men. And he's done nothing stupid. He's just played his game, hit the ball, right, bad ball 4. He's 43 off 51 balls, which, is brilliant if you're going to play that anchor role, which he's doing for Marty Radshoulders today. And Marty starts to get a bit inventive there. Doing a bit of a lap sweep down to the boundary for 4. So that moves him up to 69 now. So this partnership must be worth a few if Stevie Poulsen's now on 43, because it definitely hasn't been one side. They've probably been keeping pretty pace with each other. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. Marty was 40-something when Steve went out to bat, wasn't he? There you go.
It's been a very good partnership between both of these two. And the left-hand, right-hand combination always getting better off the opposition. And rotating the strikes in regular intervals and in between the boundaries have never stopped coming. As we see, another one has been thumped through the covers. And will be at least a couple. Good running in between the wickets as well. Oh, look at that, trying to dab that. Narrowly misses that. Getting a little too greedy on that occasion, in my opinion. Yeah, trying to be a little too cute. At times it could be dangerous as well. You can get those feather of an edge to the keeper. But he can afford to take his chances the way he's played. Martin. It's the end of the over. It's 19 done, 124 for 1.
Yeah, that's true. He can afford to take his chances, but I think he'll be kicking himself if he's not there at the end. I think both of these two will. They need another 48, 156 balls, so that's balls is no problem. It's now about getting these 48 down to 35, down to 25, and finally down to nothing. And I'd say Marty would be very angry with himself if he did something silly here now. So hopefully he'll go back to what's been working for him and just milk these runs down as they need to go. We've got a change in the bowling here. It looks like Vinod's coming on from the pavilion end. I don't recall seeing what he bowls. He was brilliantly run out batting today by Steve Poulsen, a direct hit, which we didn't get to see the replay, but I understand it was great bit of work and great bit of camera work to pick up the run out. And that's one thing as a team we've actually probably surprised ourselves a little bit. We've got a lot of run outs this week just by having a go. We had a couple the other night at Moen Khan Academy that ended up being given not out, but yeah, the boys are trying things to make the game turn.
Well, he's a bit of a medium pacer, is Winnie. He's into the attack now, and I wonder if he'll be looking to get his revenge against Polly, who got him out in the first innings. Oh, It's amazing. It sounds amazing, really, here from the comm box when we see something happening in the middle. Get the feeling that we commentators are always in the business.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a few tired bodies. Oh, and yeah, Marty's just sat back and pulled that very much over mid-wicket. Just sat hand, right hand swapping, so he'll have his legs sore tonight. I'd say that's probably going to be leg byes down there to... Yep. So Stevie Poulsen on 44 off 53. Be a good opportunity him for bring up his half century in the next couple of overs. As I said, all he's going to do is work the ball around and hit the bad ball for 4. So, you know, probably the next over or 2.
Yeah, he's pretty compact and very seasoned player is Stevie Poulsen. And he's the one, I believe, if I'm not wrong, who's been playing regularly. He's been in touch with his game. And this is what we have witnessed in this tournament as well. Delicately playing that to short third. No run there. So that ends the over. 20 done. It's 1 for 130.
So the boys are just changing some gloves here at the moment. But yeah, Steve, I don't think stopped playing since he was 10 years old. You know, he's in his 40s now. He's still playing first grade district cricket or premier cricket for his club, Western Suburbs District Cricket Club in Brisbane, where I believe he's the club record holder. You know, a lot of the guys in our team had time off. You know, like I said, I was away for 15 years. I think our skipper, Justin Poole, had 11 years away. Marty Radshoulders has had a few years away. But when you got the quality of a bloke like Steve Poulsen in your team who hasn't stopped playing and, you know, has played Sheffield Shield cricket and Brisbane Heat and whatnot, so in his heyday was, you know, one of the best running around. To have a bloke like him who just keeps perfecting his game and working on it is great for us to try and build our innings around. You know, unfortunately, he's been let down a few times, but on other times it's worked. And, you know, the boys have stood up to, you know, it's not just you, Harry, who's got to do it. You know, we see today Marty's on 75. He's not leaving it to Harry. They're just working in a great partnership.
Well, before we have a change in the voices and you leave the commentary box, Simon, I would love to ask you a question about the T20, which is coming up next year for the over 40s. What we can expect from your side?
That's a great question. I believe I have a meeting this evening about that. So I know the Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association has some big plans for a T20 competition. I think August, September, I think they're talking about. And we've got to work out how we make that happen. One of the things that's quite difficult is to work around the IMC calendar because it seems to be so vague. It's probably the nicest way I can put it. I believe there's an over 50s World Cup in Sri Lanka late next year. I believe there's an over 60s World Cup in Chennai early next year. But not having specific dates, you need these dates 12, 18 months out so the rest of the countries can organise tournaments, organise tours. You know, one of my conversations with Krish, the manager for the USA, is they want to come to Australia. I said, well, when do you want to do it? Oh, hang on, that's a good point. You know, and we'll bring a 40s and a 50s. Well, hang on, because you've got a 50s World Cup here. So, you know, we really need IMC to actually take some leadership. Now they've sorted out their kerfuffling and rowing. Take some leadership, put some dates down and stick to them so the rest of the world can actually prepare for those showcase events. Coming back to the event here next year, if they put on half of what has been put on here for this Global World Cup, it'll be amazing. T20 will, the sponsorship dollars that will bring in will, and the TV revenue, the names, playing night games will help sell that sponsorship. It will help, pay for the competition and help veterans cricket and veterans cricketers, play more cricket. So I know we'll be talking to a few ex-international stars. We'll be trying to get them on board. Again, that's all for the future, and I'll know a bit more tonight. But I think that's what we can probably look at next year as an Australian team or a team from Australia coming over here to play in that with a couple of big names, maybe a few more than a couple, I don't know. And then I couldn't name any of them. I know there's a few names they want me to talk to, but so well, let's just say we'd love to get blokes like Shane Watson over here. I mean, Shane's loved in Pakistan. We'd love to get blokes like him over here. He happens to be very good mates with Craig Mackay from our team, so you never know. Guys like him, Sean Marsh. I mean, I've known Sean for 30 years. He's just turned 40. So, you get someone like Sean, sort of, come on, mate, play a bit of T20, pull on the green and gold again and go for it. They're the sort of blokes we'd love to get involved in that T20 next year.
Thank you so much for your time and your thoughts. Simon Milton was alongside me, Australian wicketkeeper, as we have change in the voice now, and I'll be joined by Michael Featherstone. Good afternoon, Mikey.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Wonderful vision here from over the bowler's head, looking down through the commentary box. Looking at Michael Durbridge at the moment, just teaching the young kids about how to bowl fast or how to bowl anything, to be honest. He's a great bowler. Shane punches one through backward point for 2.
I'm saying you could come here. It's been pretty nice to change these voices in the commentary box today. And the Aussies joining me in the commentary box has been always sort of an encouraging point for me as a commentator. As we see, Australians are just about there, I would say, nearing this total by the every over passing. Feeling very comfortable at the crease, both of the batters, in Steve Paulson and Rod Shelders. Typical Paulson way of driving the ball through the covers to stop the to conclude the over. It's 21 done, 1 for 135. So it's been a very good journey for all of you guys coming to Pakistan all the way from Australia. And did you ever thought that we will receive the kind of hospitality and the amount of cricket that has been played over here? Just give me a note that what you have received over here.
Oh, it's bordering on spiritual, to be honest with you. It's been well above expectations. We all knew that this would be something to cherish and something to enjoy, and most likely the best sporting experience of a lot of our lives. And to come over here and be treated the way we've been treated, the hospitality has been exceptional. The people have been extremely humble in our presence here and extremely enjoyable to be around. We've had nothing but graciousness and niceties everywhere we've gone. We've really, to cut to the chase, we felt like celebrities for the entire time we've been here. The amount of selfies and autographs and just really being made to feel special, and then lifting the game to that next level, and really creating a tremendous platform moving forward for the veterans cricket, and particularly the over 40s for Australia. the experience here is out of this world from my perspective, and most of the guys, the conversation's pretty much the same. So food's been wonderful, the accommodation's been wonderful, the safety has been tremendous, the cricket has been wonderful. We've had ebbs and flows of feeling good and feeling average, acclimatising to the food, acclimatising to the environment and the heat. I came from Melbourne. In Melbourne's, we've just had pretty much our 3 or 4 months worth of winter, and we end up having to walk into the first few games at being sort of 38 degrees and 90% humidity, and it was emaciating. But that's part of the experience that makes it so special. So cannot fault anything about it so far.
It's good to hear about your thoughts as well. Pretty much the same as all the Aussies and rest of the nations in this inaugural over 40s tournament are having. I've talked to the Canadians, to the Hong Kong, China players, to the West Indians as well, to some of the blokes from the USA. So it's pretty much the same, everyone, which is feeling, because they've been treated to the best of the manners which possibly could have been. So it's been all the great hospitable efforts made by Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association for the success of this tournament. And what we have received so far, the feedback is just incredible. As we see Steve Paulson getting to his half century, yet another half century for him. He's been in great form, isn't he?
He's wonderful to watch. He's been the linchpin, I suppose, of our batting innings with Pooley. We've relied on him a lot, particularly early in the tournament. He really set up the confidence of what's possible batting. Radders, quick single, behind square. 1 for 140. Yeah, both boys out there today have really hit their straps in this game particularly. Radders has had an injury cloud over him for the last probably week or so. So being able to throw out the arms a little bit today, started with a bang in those first few overs and really set the platform for himself to get the score that he's on at the moment and take the game by the bull by the horns. Harry Paulson punches a single down to mid-off. 1 for 141.
Well, Mikey, I tell you what, when I first saw Rod Shelters, I got the feeling that he's a lookalike of David Warner. I wonder if he's a right-handed David Warner. What is your take on it?
He would love to say he's a right-handed David Warner. Yeah, definitely responds well to the Warner comparisons. He looks like David Warner. He's built like a tank, and not afraid of hitting a hard ball either. That is for sure. There's a lot of sixes over cover in this tournament, which has been a tremendously large hit. Cover and mid-off. So, yeah, more than happy with the David Warner comparison. Looks like David Warner as well.
We'd love to know about your thoughts on the upcoming World Cup, which is not officially but virtually has started with some of the warm-up matches. How about the preparations for the Aussies in this World Cup here in the subcontinent? Taking a look at the conditions and the opponents they're going to face in this tournament.
Like every tournament, I think the Aussies would have prepared accordingly, and they would have spent enough time here before the tournament to acclimatise and get their bodies and minds right for what's ahead. Certainly going to be an intense tournament. Subcontinent always brings out some challenges, and the selection, I'm sure, will be catering to that for the best chances of Australia to perform. So all things being equal, Australia should feature at the pointy end of the tournament. There's a lot of depth in the playing list, and I imagine that there'll be some extraordinary performances to play out over the next couple of weeks from I think Thursday onwards.
Very lucky to get away with that one. The bowler Patel, his full toss on the pads of Rod Shoulders is asking for trouble. .142 at the moment. Another 30 runs required by the Aussies. soft hands. Pretty rarely you see soft hands used by Martin. He's one of those guys who really wants to go hard at the bowling, and we've seen in this innings he's batting far better than runner ball. 81 of just 62 deliveries. And I wonder if he's on course here to score his first century of the tournament.
Dot ball. Having a talk with him earlier out in the centre, he just seemed composed. He started certainly dynamically, but it's his to throw away today. 30 runs required, 20 runs for a century. It's possible. Hopefully he can push it and make it work for himself. I'm sure Harry will be aware. If it is to be, it will be. As long as he doesn't throw it away. There we go, 4 runs, just guided down through Slip Scully area by Harry Paulson. It's another 4. Just like to take the chance to say, I suppose, a hello to my family and to hello to Rebecca, my wife at home, who's extremely tolerant and has allowed this to happen for me and the family. I've got 4 wonderful kids. I've got Maya, 15-year-old. I've got Jasper, who's 12-year-old, and Gabe, who's an 11-year-old, and Jed, who's a 6-year-old boy. So I'm extremely grateful to be here. I couldn't do it without their love and support, and I'm just so in awe of what my family has allowed to occur for me to come over here and have this wonderful experience and hopefully represent the family, represent my club, South Warrandyte Hawks, in the RDCA and the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne well. Do everyone proud just to be here. It's been a wonderful journey, and couldn't have done it with either my family or the club. So really appreciate the support from everyone. There's certainly an incentive for all the guys at the cricket club to just knuckle down, because there's great potential beyond, through rep cricket as you're getting older, which, if you can have this experience from any country to be able to come over and have a tournament like this or wherever it is in the future, it is top of life experiences. So again, love back to the family. Thank you so much. And really appreciate everything.
Michael Durbridge down there with the ball pickers, just letting them know how to bowl the fast bowling, teaching them the art of fast bowling, I presume. And it's something very good to have in this tournament. That has been another thing which should be noticed in this tournament, that the players have been receiving some great love from the spectators, from the ball pickers, and the boys at junior level really want to express themselves into this game of cricket. Punches off the back foot this time. Ends the over. It's 152 for 1 after 23. So only 20 runs now needed for Australia to secure their 3rd position in this tournament. Must be a good feeling finishing at 3rd in this tournament.
Yeah, we always came today to know that we were going to try and win the game, right? You never turn up with that thing, and I think both of us had a disappointment yesterday. We both really expected to try and win the game yesterday, both of our individual games, and so turning up today, there was a different feeling in the air. We knew that there was a lot of pride at stake to finish 3rd. Australia would be extremely happy with finishing 3rd. It sets a platform for what's possible moving forward, and I think the USA always had a feel during the tournament as though they were trying to win the tournament. They only lost the 1 game before yesterday to Pakistan in the first round by 1 wicket. So their confidence was sky high all the way through. Even when they played us, they played really well. So we were aware and wary of what was likely in front of us today. So to have the result that's playing out right now, it's probably a little bit of a surprise, but realistically, this is probably the game in which our batting has come together. It hasn't come together at all during the tournament, totally. So a good all-round performance so far from the guys. Not over yet, still 20 runs. Anything's possible within 20 runs, but it's certainly heading in the direction of an Australian victory at the moment. Marty on 81 and Steve on 56. Great performances so far, and hopefully they can finish it off. Looks like that's a leg by, I think. That's a wide. 1 for 154, so 18 runs to win. See what happens from now. I think Marty might get the message and have a go, potentially, based on the way he would normally bat, particularly from the start of the inning. So we'll see what happens. If I was a betting man, I think he'll probably play out for the win. That's my gamble at this point.
Yeah, it'll be pretty hard for him to get to his century from this point in time. There's just 18 runs required now, and he needs 19 to get to 100. It's only possible if he scores the rest of the runs, but it doesn't look like, as he's happy to take a single and change the strike, as he knows that Paulie at the other end is also doing a great job. Oh, that one came into the left-hander, surprised him a bit, and kept low as well. It's been pretty solid performance, in my opinion, by the Aussie batters, especially this pair. They haven't shown any sort of panic, any urgency. They've just stuck to the basics, and they've played positive cricket. And they're well on the driver's seat now in this game. Once you get that start, the kind of start Rod Shettles has provided, there was no stopping afterwards, unless there was a miracle happening from the USA side to stop the flow of the runs. But it wasn't the case. There you see, a rather relaxed looking dressing room of the USA. Serious faces.
Certainly. I think everyone's reminiscing at this point about what the tournament was, to be honest. So hopefully everyone walks away with a smile on their face today, and with a bit of luck, Australia takes the victory. Oh, here we go. Might be a second run. Yes, there is. Got to take the chances, and the chance ended up in an extra run for Australia. That's the end of the over. It's 1 for 158. So I'm going to ask you a question. How have you found the tournament, and how have you found the international teams coming over, and maybe in particular Australia?
Well, and it's an interesting question, and I'm quite happy to answer that. The Australian team arguably has been my favorite team in this competition, and especially commentary-wise, whenever we mates talk in the hotel that we have an Australian match in our ground, we feel pretty happy that we will be joined by quite a few players from your side in the com box, and the things will be more funny and interesting. And this is what it is. We have taken it as a fun, and it's been absolutely great to have Aussies in the com box.
There's no shortage of Aussies wanting to take the microphone, I can tell you that. Yeah, no shortage. I'm surprised there hasn't been some karaoke sung at the same time. There's a little bit of that in certain circumstances whilst we've been here. So, yeah, lots of personalities. Certainly a buzz of senior cricket being played in the Aussie change rooms. It's very competitive. And all the guys get along really well. There's a dynamic within the change room, but everyone is one team, everyone is one squad, and we're very, very happy to be here and to contribute. And not just about the cricket, it's about the experience. And as Harry Poulsen pulls away, obviously something distracted. Might have been the low-flying Hawks that are swooping in. So AJ Sharma to bowl. Very good bowler. He's certainly been one of the peak bowlers of the tournament. I think up until recently he was the leading wicket taker until Abdul Qadir took most of the Australian wickets yesterday to get another 5-wicket haul. But AJ certainly been someone to watch out for, and certainly caused me a problem in the previous game. And Harry blocks it back, no run. You know, looking at the beautiful footage, how good does the ground look? It's tremendous. It's Timmy McDonald, my roommate. He's also performed extremely well for this tournament. Has really nice off spin. He's got good line and length. He knew he was going to go for a few runs, but he also got plenty of wickets for the tournament. So, Doc, congrats on a great tournament. Your teammates back home will be absolutely frothing to give you the ball. I'm absolutely certain of that, based on what you've done over here. Never looked like you weren't going to get a wicket. So it was a pleasure seeing you bowl out there pretty much in every game. I think you got nine overs.
Goes a little hard this time through the covers. There'll be a work for the player at that spot. Does well to stop the ball. So only 11 runs now needed for the Aussies to secure their third place in this tournament. This was tossed up, a loopy delivery, and this time he hits it a little squarer, so that allows the batters to get another single. Michael Durbridge with some kids, the ball pickers, having some good time, giving some good productive tips to these blocks.
Yeah, Michael's one of the great guys in the team. He's, you know, I'm sure he's mentioned this many times during his commentary, but he had a little bit of an injury. He looked like he got shot when he was bowling coming in last time we were playing the USA, and I was surprised that his leg wasn't amputated, to be honest with you, after that calf injury, because he was gone. And in vets terms, that usually means he's out for about 2 days. In senior cricket terms, he's probably out for 6 months with an injury like that. So for him to come back and play today and, you know, charge in and get a wicket and bowl really well is testament to the vet spirit, to be honest, of being able to just get on with it and keep playing cricket. So there he is, got a captive audience, would absolutely love that right now, and he's only giving great advice. Some of those boys there have bowled to us in the nets over the last couple of weeks, and all the other ball boys. There's been some really good talent on display from the junior Pakistani boys. So to get some tips, they take it all on board, and they certainly give you as much as they can in the nets when you're lucky enough to have a hit against them, either warming up or in some practice games. So yeah, Michael Durbridge giving again, great man he is.
Pretty lucky, these boys, to get some coaching from the professional Aussie cricketers in Michael Durbridge. And it's his generosity, I would say, towards the game of cricket, that he's sharing some great experience with these ball boys. It's only a matter of time now as we talk about this game. Just a couple of hits and it could be off in a jiffy now. Both of these batters looks as if that they're playing at home.
They do. They're definitely playing smart cricket, looking for the victory, and plenty of balls to go. There is no rush there. They are being professional about how they're going about this, and puts Australia into a wonderful position of third for the tournament, and I'm sure we'll celebrate that really, really well. Blocked it back to Rana for no run. I would think there might be a big hit at some point shortly. Both boys have incredible patience. There's plenty of opportunity to throw the bat in the last probably 20 minutes or so, but they've played great cricket, smart cricket, team first. Another single down to mid-off for Harry Paulson. Sight screen's being moved for Marty. Bowler's going back over the wicket. What's he going to do? Quick single through cover. It's 1 for 165 with 1 ball to go on the over.
Well, I'll ask you a question, being a player yourself, Mike. You've been in the middle. Isn't it being a problem, playing with a red ball with some of the teams like USA having some part of their kits in red color, and especially the Windies having their red jerseys? Isn't it being a problem?
Different grounds, the ball is more difficult than others to see. I think the pink ball's been a challenge. It's dulls quite down through the innings, and certainly find it challenging to sight the ball fielding, particularly out in the boundary. I'm a boundary sweeper generally, and the colours of the buildings and also the ball itself blend in quite well. So often it was almost until the ball got off the square before you could see it, which, you question your eyesight being a vet, but the reality of it is just challenging to see the ball. I don't really think the outfits or the uniforms conflict too much there. I certainly focus on the ball rather than the outfit, but yeah, you might have other players having another suggestion. We really haven't had any complaints from our guys about that. It's more about the sighting of the colour of the ball against the contrast of the buildings and the fences, and also the grass itself. That's probably been the biggest challenge. I'd be interested to see how a white ball would have gone over a pink ball, but nonetheless, it is what it is. It's the same for every team, and it's an even playing field. So no complaints, just really adjusting to what you're faced with.
That's right. There are the scores with the match referee, Alias Khan, and Shamim, the TV umpire, to the left of your screen. So it's only 5 runs needed now for the Aussies to win this match. Number 3, number 4 position match. They will be finishing at 3rd. Nicely played. Very late to get him a single. And that will bring Martin on strike. Well, I've been saying that he's a right-handed David Warner, and he's played like David Warner today as well. Loopy delivery, and that could be it. He goes over cover. Actually, that is the end of his innings, as Rudy takes a catch on the boundary. That could have been it in many ways. It's the end of an innings which has been very impressive by Martin Rothschilders, but he's gone now. Couldn't hit the winning runs.
Yeah, well batted, Marty. Fantastic knock. It's a game-winning performance. Just having a look at the dismissal now as he lofts the ball over cover. Caught right on the boundary. It must be 6 inches in that. Yeah, umpire's looking at the screen with us, and he's just out. So, fantastic innings, Marty. Congratulations, and you're doing Australia proud. As Justin Poole, captain, goes out to bat. Everyone is applauding. Fantastic innings. Wonderful knock, Marty. Best knock of the tournament so far by an Australian. Well done. Well, still leaves 4 runs for victory. Justin Poole's out there to face the ball. Marty will reflect well on that innings. I think he'll be disappointed that he went out, but the job got done. So, guiding Australia to a likely victory here in the next few balls. And scores 2 for 168. OJ Sharma taking another wicket for the tournament. Certainly been a great performer, and right up there in the wicket-taking list. I think he could be second, if I'm not mistaken. It's Louis Hamida and Michael Durbridge waiting for the victory dance, I'm sure. Four runs needed. Plenty of overs. Almost 20. 19 overs. Almost 19. Well played, Justin. Justin's had a bit of a hand complaint over the last day or so. Fielding in close and taking a few big blows to the hand. So never knocks back a hit, though. That's for sure. Well played. Well bowled. Runs it down for a single. Maybe coming back for a second. No. 3 runs needed for victory. Last ball of the over from AJ. After 8 overs, almost 8 overs. He has 2 for 29. Certainly caused problems for the bats. Everyone was aware and wary of him before the game today, knowing that he would come out and land some good spinning balls on a deck that isn't really spinning that much. A little bit of grass on the deck, so he'd probably get a little bit of assistance from the grains of grass, strands of grass. Well played, Harry. That's a dot ball.
Yeah, end of the over. We'll have to wait for another over as Australia goes past this total. Justin Poole, their captain, has made his way to the centre at number 4 in the middle order. Doesn't have much to do with only 3 runs remaining for the victory. There you see Farooq to the right of your screen, the captain of USA, has played a very good innings today, but has been just a little unfortunate, I would suspect that he's been losing partners on the other end. Irfan Rabbani to the left of your screen. Leg spinner, but we haven't seen him in action today. So one hit can do the job for the Aussies. As we see, Steve Paulson drives one for a single. You cannot associate quick running with Steve Paulson.
No need. Just no need. There's no need. He's been batting with Marty as well, so he knows that it's a casual pace.
Yeah, he's a senior bloke. And I'm sure he will have some respect from his teammates, Justin Poole.
Absolutely, he will. It's fitting that he's out there. He's led the team extremely well for the last few weeks. A bunch of guys that really don't know each other, do know each other really well now. And he's bonded everyone together from a leadership perspective, commanded the field. And that is the winning shot. Congratulations, Australia. Well done, Steve Poulsen. Tremendous innings. And, third it is for Australia. Wonderful result. Well done, boys. I'm going to go down now and congratulate everyone and be part of the team. So thanks for having me today.
Thanks for your time.
He's bonded everyone together from a leadership perspective, commanded the field. And that is the winning shot. Congratulations.
Very elegant looking stroke. A typical Steve Paulson drive to finish things off for the Australians. And they're being victorious. Very comprehensive victory for the Australians as they finish this tour in over 40's inaugural Global Cricket Cup. Players are shaking hands with each other, and we'll join you with the presentation ceremony. Hello. right, it's time for the presentation party and presentation ceremony as well. In the party, we have Muhammad Ahmed. He will give away the Player of the Match award. And, well, it's been a number 3, number 4 position match. One would say that these games are overlooked, but I would say that everyone wants to finish on a high. It was a good game of cricket, as we have seen that USA captain Farooq won the toss, opted to bat first on a very good-looking batting pitch. But once again, they were yet to play their allotted 45 overs. They were bowled out for 171, and with the help of a brilliant 70 from the captain. Unfortunately, he was left to do too much as he was losing partners on the other end, but it was an entertaining stuff from him. And the Australians in reply came with all guns blazing, really, have really taken the attack to the bowlers of USA and chased this target, I would say, relatively easily in the end with the help of Martin getting 89 and Steve Paulson, ever reliable, getting 60-odd. Can I have the captain of USA first to come forward and have a quick chat? Farooq, it's not a sort of ending that you were expecting, but still I get the feeling that you will be proud of yourself, what you have achieved in this tournament.
First of all, I want to congratulate Australian team. They display their cricket and their body language and professionalism was great on top of the game. So round of applause for Australian team. They played really good cricket over here, guys. And I wish you guys all safe travel back home. Wish you all the best for the future tournament. Stay healthy, and we'll see you hopefully in South Africa. So well done, guys. Come on, Australian team.
Well, we enjoyed the stuff from your bat, especially 8 50s to your name. The only player to score that many half centuries. That is incredible, isn't it?
It's just a commitment, how you prepared yourself in off-season and how much you're willing to contribute for your team. My job to contribution as much as I can to help my team, and that's my goal from day one.
All right, join your boys, and good luck for the future endeavors.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, captain of USA, Muhammad Farooq. And now can we have Justin Poole, the captain of the Aussies, to come alongside for a couple of words. Paulie, it's been a good finish to the tour.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As I said this morning, we really wanted to play this game well and finish in third.
And you must be proud of your boys because everyone chipped in with some performance, especially when you see at your bowling card, everyone chipped in with that wickets column.
Yes, they did. It was pretty consistent across the board. We fielded quite well today as well, so any chances, most chances that came our way, we did take.
So last message to our viewers after before leaving Pakistan.
I just want to congratulate Farooq individually on your tournament. That's fantastic. And the US team, obviously you played well throughout, so good on you. Thanks to my boys and thanks to Pakistan.
Thank you so much, Justin Poole. Ladies and gentlemen, captain of Australia, Justin Poole. And now there have been a few performances, as we've been mentioning, with the ball. Aussie bowlers chipped in, and everyone had a wicket against their bowling figures, which was just awesome. And with the batting, it was none other than Martin for his brilliant 89 of just 79 deliveries with the help of 11 sizzling boundaries and a towering 6 as well. Could you come forward and have a couple of words with me? Ladies and gentlemen, this guy is...
This was probably the pick of the decks for me. Speed came on a bit more and probably a bit less turn, so yeah, preferred batting out here, definitely.
Well, I'd love to ask one last message from you before leaving Pakistan.
Cool down a little bit in the off-season and we'll come back when we can. Loved it.
Cheers. Best of luck for the future endeavors. All right, Martin, the player of the match. And with that, we conclude our presentation ceremony out here.
Thank you.